Hello everyone, welcome to the Medipol Global Summit. I am Emre Kan Satış from the DSC Medipol. We are in the third and sadly the last day of the summit right now. It was an amazing journey for all of us to create something like that. I want to thank my team for their hard work. I know that all of you are excited about today's program. But before going on to the program, I want to mention something. As most of you know, yesterday we had a session with the Archie's Academy CEO Tofi. We didn't talk about this so much, hence I want to say something about Archie's community. When you are enrolled to the community, you can participate in the events such as webinars and trainings. After the trainings, you benefit from discounts and free events from the network. It's a great opportunity to who is looking for a group to develop his or herself. You can follow the Instagram page in the chat to be informed about the events and trainings. The Instagram page is going to be shared in a minute. Okay, I think it's time for today's schedule. Talha, can you please introduce yourself and tell us about today's program?
Thanks, Emre. Hi, everyone. I am Talha Hasan from Medipol University, Department of Computer Engineering. Today's schedule, firstly, Juan Herrera presents Roadmap of Front-End Developer in 2021 at 1 p.m. Then Maxim Salnikov will talk about Progressive Web Application at 2 p.m. After Maxim's presentation, Muhammed Salih Güler will introduce Flutter at 3 p.m. And finally, in the last section of the Global Summit, Nelson Glover will talk about JetBrains Compose for Android.
That's great, Talha. Thank you. Try not to miss any of them. They are amazing speakers. And as you know, we have a certification process going on. Shamrat, can you please introduce yourself and give us information about how people can get a certification?
Thank you, Emre. Hello, everyone. My name is Shamrat Ataif. I'm first-year computer engineering student. As you know, guys, we have 5 different certificates, and 3 of them were shared with you in the previous days. And today, we have 2 more certificates related to mobile and web developments. We are going to send the form after each section, and you will have 15 minutes to fill out the forms. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamrat. That's amazing. You can get 2 certificates in one day. And we have some amazing giveaways right now. Ignor, can you introduce yourself and tell us about the giveaways, please?
Of course. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Medipol Global Summit. I don't want to waste your time because there's a really exciting summit awaiting you. But let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Ignor from Medipol University, Department of Computer Engineering and Biomedical Engineering. I want to inform you about our giveaways. As you have seen in the description, we have a lot of giveaways from different companies, which are Rocher, HomeStuffSale, Kahvegibikahve, JetBrains, and us. The conditions are right under the post. I recommend you to check all the Medipol Instagram accounts. But if you didn't understand something, you can ask your question from the chat area during the summit. That's all about giveaways.
Thank you, Ilknur. In addition to these giveaways, we have a mysteries gift for you. Maya, can you introduce yourself and talk about the mysteries gift?
Yes, sure. I'm Maya from DSC Medipol. So we will be sharing a link with you on the chat stream. So make sure you join our WhatsApp group to get a chance of being one of our winners. For those who are attending from Turkey, they will get some gifts. So stay tuned and good luck.
Thank you, Maya. That's great. Mohammed, can you please introduce yourselves and tell us how people are going to get notified about the giveaways and the future events?
Hello, everyone. I am Mohammed As-Saidi. I am senior student of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. First of all, thank you all for being here and participation in our event. One more important thing to mention is that to keep updated with our announcement and these Medipol news, you have to make sure you join our WhatsApp group. Link will be shared now in comment section. Also, our giveaway announcement will be there as well, so keep up and thank you all again.
Thank you, Mohammed. And our first speaker, Juan Herrera, will be with us after a 2 minutes break. So see you in 2 minutes. Hello, Juan. How are you?
Hello, nice meeting you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
It was a pleasure for us to work with somebody like you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You have an amazing energy. We are seeing you. You are dancing in the backstage. We are waiting.
I mean, you put the music, I had to dance.
That's amazing. So, can you introduce yourself shortly? I mean, who is Juan?
That's a good question. Juan is a Colombian software engineer who loves dancing for sure, but who also likes a lot of web development in general. It's something I really like for a long time. And who's also a Google developer expert, that means that it's a person who likes contributing to the community, writing articles, doing presentation, and participating in events like this one.
That's amazing. Thank you. And what are you going to present today?
So what I want to talk to you about today is the roadmap of the front-end developer in 2021. That is pretty much the different paths you can take if front-end development is something you want to do in your professional career, either if you're in the first year or if you're graduating already or if you're figuring out what to do next.
Okay, that's great. I don't want to take audience time too much. So stage is yours, Juan.
Thank you. All right, so everybody else, welcome to today's last day of the Global Summit Medipol. I'm really happy to be invited here, so thank you very much for the team for doing a great job. I have to be honest, you're doing it very professionally, so congratulations. I've been in many conferences before, and yeah, I mean, you're doing a great job, so thank you very much for that. And also, I can see that there are 60 people connected right now, and that's just wonderful. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of people from Turkey, but I wonder if there's also people from other countries. So if you're from another country or located in another country, just send the flag or the country or the city you're in. I'd like to know where you're connected from. I am actually right now in Austria. So I'm actually from Colombia, but I am in Austria. And so we're a little bit closer. But anyway, let's get started with today's presentation. We have 50 minutes ahead. No, actually 40 minutes ahead, but I'm usually not so good at talking for such a long time. So we're going to do this quite interactive. We're going to have some questions for you. I would like you to participate, send in emojis. I love emojis, memes as well, but you cannot send memes. That's a problem. But yeah, so thank you. Let's start with the basics. So you might be wondering, some of you, because it's sometimes not so common. Where is this place called Colombia? So Colombia is in South America. It's right there. And if you ever heard about the country, you probably heard about some special characters out there, such as Cuadrado or James Rodriguez, Shakira for sure, Juanes, and others not so relevant. But if I got to tell you something about me, is that I actually, back then, when I was in Colombia, I founded a community also called Angular Medellin. And it was a community where we did events and conferences and stuff. We did NG Colombia, which was like the first Angular conference in the whole Latin America. It was super exciting. We really liked it. But eventually it all came to an end because I decided to move to another country. Yes, I decided to move to Austria because I wanted to grow as a professional and as a person. Like, I think I finished university 6 years ago, for those of you who are still in university. And I had an amazing track in my professional career in Colombia. But they said, if I want to go to the next step, I would like to see it in some other country, in some other place. And yeah, I picked Austria because there was a company I really liked here in Austria. The company is called Parkside. And they are searching for developers if you're interested, but that's of course not so relevant. What you need to know though is that I work for this company here in Graz in Austria, and I'm also, last but not least, a Google developer expert, like I mentioned before. So what is a Google developer expert? It's just, like a person who belongs to a network of professionals who are really passionate about certain technologies. In my case, web technologies and Angular. We're going to talk mostly about web technologies today, but if you have questions about Angular, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to help you out. So yeah, I usually like to start my presentations with a problem, so that you know what you're actually getting out of this. So it's not like 40 minutes or 30 minutes of just talking, but so that you actually get something out of it. And I decided to express this problem with a meme because I love memes. They're amazing at communicating things. So I think this meme represents the problem you're gonna see solved in this presentation. Yes, I think that's how learning front-end development feels like. It was like that for me, honestly. Seriously, it's already complicated because it's also an industry that is constantly changing and evolving. And sometimes not even universities can keep up with all the amount of technologies that are coming up. It's even hard to keep up on Twitter when you see what's going on. So today I want to address the problem, or perhaps the other problem you came across is the other one where you have the front-end words with the different frameworks, Angular, React, and such. So it's okay. It's okay. We're going to talk about those things and in which path should you take if you're a university student, if you're already graduated, where which way you should take. By the way, I see a lot of flags from different places. So I'm really happy to see you are joining. Thank you very much. And happy to say hi to Nilay, to Lynn, to Yunus, Evin, Busal. Thank you very much for joining today. And by the way, I would like to also mention that this presentation is mostly highlighting the work of somebody, Kamran Ahmed, who did an amazing job at compiling a sort of different paths of front-end, back-end development a couple of years ago. Got quite popular, and a lot of community members started joining and constructing something like this. And by going through all of this, you will have a very deep understanding of the different paths you can take in front-end development. By the way, one thing that's important, I'm going to take a moment back and take a few seconds to let you know something before continuing. I am from a country where English speaking was not the main language. We speak Spanish in Colombia. So English is a language we learn on the way. And I guess that might be the same for many of you. So if I'm speaking too fast, let me know. I can slow down and speak a little bit slower. I just get too excited sometimes, I can't blame me. Colombians are like that. But if I'm speaking too fast, just let me know. Just a little bit slower, Juan, and I'll take it. But anyway, so we have here the front-end path, and we would like to go through all of that and understand that and see which technologies and frameworks and tools do you really need to learn. But while I was doing this presentation, I realized one important thing, and that is that if we started with this path and with this graphic that they did, we will be doing it wrongly, because we will be starting at the end, starting at the beginning without considering the end. What is the end? What is the purpose of all of this? Well, the purpose of all of this is that eventually you, right there, sitting in your chair, in your desk, at home, watching these, is that you perhaps get a job in one of those buildings right there. One of those amazing buildings with, with a lot of people, corporate, with a tie or with a really nice desk like this one, you work in and doing your code or do whatever you like to do. Of course, the desk would not look like that. That's just a picture. The desk would probably look like this, or even worse, because that's what it is. Especially if you're just starting, they're not going to give you such a nice desk. Not even to me. But yeah, that's the purpose, to get a job eventually. I mean, you want to learn the front-end path of 2021 to eventually be able to either, sure, get a job, or maybe create a startup, make your own product, make your own service, whatever. That'll be super fun as well. And the thing is that when you're doing that, it's usually common for you to have to go through a series of interviews, which, as you can see by her face, are kind of difficult, and it's a struggle. You can see it in her eyes. It's like, man, I should have studied that. Fuck. It happens to me. It happens to me as well. Yes, and by the way, somebody just asked for something very important. Somebody said, can you please share the presentation? They cannot see it properly. So right now, in real life, I will just send the presentation to all of you by simply sending it on the private chat so that my colleagues on the team can share it on the YouTube link. Please do that. If I send the link on the private chat, just send it over to the YouTube so that they can see it. Perfect. So let's continue. So yeah, so interviews are a little bit difficult, and I think we want to address that. We want to address a little bit what are the things you should learn so that when you have an interview for a job, you can actually pass the interview. And I'll be honest about something. I went to university. This is my university, Universidad de Caldas in Colombia, and I spent there 5 years in this university. Or, well, actually 6, because I failed one of the classes. It was about Agile and Scrum, and I didn't like that, but clearly I needed it. And yeah, I spent 6 years there in Colombia, by the way, in case you don't know. We started university at about 16 years old. I heard that in Europe it's slightly different. Not sure in Turkey how it is, but we start 16 and then we finish about 21, 22 years old. It's 5 or 6 years of studying. So when I went there, I mean, I had no idea about anything front-end, of course. I had some basics of programming, but not much. And I remember that I spent 6 years learning a bunch of stuff. I mean, things that I really didn't need ever, like physics and chemistry. Like I learned how to calculate the impact of an atomic bomb. Imagine how relevant is that for a front-end developer? Not at all. But anyway, that's how universities are sometimes. In any case, I learned a lot of things. I have to learn a lot of Java and .NET and JavaScript and a lot of stuff. But when I finished university and went out there to get a job, guess what I encountered? I encountered this. It's like, okay, so Webpack, prototype patterns, grunt, and human. And I was like, oh man, I do not know that stuff. I couldn't apply to a job because I didn't know these sort of technologies. I never heard of them back in university. So that's how I realized that I made a tremendous mistake. Not by going to university. Of course, university was very important. But by not keeping an eye on the market and what's happening. So this presentation today, it's really important, not just because you're going to understand what the different paths are there, but you also are going to realize the importance of checking out the market and seeing what is it that they are demanding from you, so that when you go out there to apply to an interview, you actually do really well. I'll tell you something. For example, when I graduated and I couldn't get a job, I ended up getting a job doing other stuff. For example, in 2013, I ended up coding JavaScript, PHP, SQL, HTML, CSS, and Git. Then 2016, I went on to JavaScript, PHP, my SQL, PL, then switched to JavaScript and Backbone, and eventually I just did Angular because I got tired of learning other stuff. But no, because Angular was complicated enough anyway. And that's how it played out for me as well. But this was mostly shaped by the market. I just had all this stack of information and things on how to do things. But eventually, after 2017 or 16, when Angular 2 came out, there were companies either asking for React or Angular, and I was working for one that needed Angular. So I started learning a lot of Angular, and then became this Angular guy of Colombia who was always advocating for it. So market was really relevant in this regard. So this is the interesting part. When we see this roadmap that I showed you before, I don't want to go through this roadmap and tell you about all these technologies before having shown you what the market in Istanbul, for example, is asking for. So we're going to go through several job offers in Istanbul about front-end development to analyze them and to understand what is that they need and how does that correlate to this diagram right here. So this is not what we're going to do. We're going to focus on that interview so that you don't end up like her. You end up much more confident and happy about what you know. And we're going to do that right now. So I decided to go on LinkedIn, right, and do a search, job search, front-end development, Istanbul. I didn't find anything in Stack Overflow. I don't know why, but I found them on LinkedIn. And quite interesting, I found some stuff. But before I show you what I found, the screenshots I took, I wanna let you know two things. First one, it's really important you to completely disregard the offers or positions that are asking for a lot of qualifications. There are companies that are asking just for everything. You know, like you just know everything. Please disregard those, because those companies probably do not know what they want, or they need a unicorn. And sure, unicorns are out there, but that's just going to make you feel bad about yourself, and they're probably not paying enough. So yeah, just disregard. So if you see an offer or a position asking for, like, you've been vaccinated before, you created a company like Google or similar, you're friends with Chuck Norris, you can co-design or run a company, and it will be nice to have if you've invented the internet. Just completely disregard those things. Just too much. If they ask for JavaScript, HTML, and CSS, that's where you need to aim for. So that was the number one thing that I wanted you to have into consideration when we look at these positions. The number two thing that I wanted you to consider is that you be mindful of the things that are really deal makers or deal breakers. That is, the things that are really critical. Usually, if they are asking for a Vue.js and you don't know Vue.js, well, that's a deal breaker. It doesn't matter if you're a team player. It doesn't matter if you're a great communicator. On the other hand, if you know Vue.js really well, and you just don't happen to be so passionate about development, that's fine. Because they say, you're passionate about front-end development. Maybe you're not so passionate, but that's not going to be a deal breaker. They're going to take you anyway if you're good enough. So you need to kind of start realizing what is really relevant and what is really not. Still, many of those things, of course, cultural aspects are really key. Absolutely. But still, many of those will be figured out during the interviews, right? If you're a bad communicator, they're going to figure out in the 5 minutes of the interview that you're mumbling and not giving straight answers or such. So, right, there's nobody out there just looking at a position and say, like, yeah, I feel all the requirements. Man, but I'm not a team player. Man, I can't take this, sorry. No, that's not how to play out. So this meme also summarizes that you can completely disregard many of the things that are going to be figured out throughout the process. There are things that you probably cannot change. Some people are shy, some people are introvert. That's fine. So just move on past that. I usually do, or that's what I do. By the way, if you're following and you're following what I'm trying to get here, give me a thumbs up if you're enjoying the presentation, so that I know how many people is engaged, or if I need to, play the guitar or something. So yeah, let's take a look at the first front-end offer that I found on LinkedIn. Let's take a look. Apparently, it's a job for which 41 applicants had applied to. Apparently, there's a company of about 30, 50 employees. And they're asking a bunch of stuff in Turkish, which I clearly don't understand. But in the bottom, they said, look, this is what we need. They even highlighted it. They said JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and of the frameworks, it's optional. If you have it, that's good. If not, that's fine. Other stuff you can probably disregard. It's like, yeah, ECMAScript. Sure, if you know JavaScript, you kind of know ECMAScript, so it's fine. So that's the thing. That's what's important. Let's take a look at another one. They're saying HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Sass, Vue.js, REST API, Git, and PHP. Everything else is like, yeah, Like if you don't know cross-browser development, you'll get it. But if you don't know how to do HTML, then you're in trouble. So these are the things you need to identify when you're taking a look at those. And by the way, from now on, you're just going to see HTML and CSS all over. So those assume that there will always be there. So you start focusing on other stuff, such as JavaScript or Vue. Another one says JavaScript with TypeScript, HTML and CSS, as I said. These ones are a little bit more gritty because they're asking for familiarity with design tools like Sketch, Figma, or similar. So they kind of expect you to be also sort of a designer, to a certain extent. They're asking for React, and they're interested into Docker, TDD, and CI/CD. Docker is more like DevOps related, same as CI/CD. TDD is like a pattern, I guess. Test-driven design, I guess, is more like the theory, perhaps a little bit of experience on it. And then they say ideally also Next.js, which is related to React, and Ant-Design, which is just sort of design. Once again, you want to distinguish what's really key and what's really like, yeah, it's fine. Ant-Design components is something you probably can learn rather quickly, as opposed to Next.js, who would take perhaps a little longer. Let's take a look a little bit more. Here we see 3 or more years of professional experience, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap, React.js, and UX design principles. So now you're getting a feeling. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, it's always there. Sometimes you have a framework like React that's very popular apparently, in Istanbul at least. And some people just ask a little bit more about UX. So apparently for front-end developers in Istanbul, UX is kind of a thing you should know a little bit. And then we have more here, Vue, Angular. There are some theory stuff such as MVC and BBM, Node.js, Webpack Grunt, Sass, Stylus, and less. So saying you start to realize some patterns, understand some keywords, and like, yeah, Sass, I've seen it 3 times already. I think I should learn that. Perhaps, yeah. And let's see, here we have React again. Apparently it's really popular. Again, these job offers are available today. If you were going to apply, this is what they're asking for. So instead of hearing it from me, what you need to learn, just see it yourself, right? It's right there. That's what they're asking. It doesn't serve a lot of purpose. If you learn something that the market is not asking for, you're not going to get a job. Now, of course, that changes a lot with the possibility of moving between countries. So many people from Turkey might just go to another country and work, just like I did from Colombia. In the same way, you could also work remotely. So if you learn GraphQL, but nobody's asking for GraphQL in Istanbul, for example, probably with a remote work, you can find a match. So that's for you to consider. But it's important to take a look at those things. Right. So I'm just going to wrap it up with positions like these ones where you're just asking for every fucking thing. jQuery, Photoshop. I mean, Photoshop, for God's sake. SEO, yeah, AngularJS, just too much. Some are just like, okay, now you're exaggerating. And many of the things, it's probably good to have an overview of those things, but not necessarily always need to understand them completely. And that was a little bit hard for me to understand when I graduated from university. Right. And some, for example, if you look at the bottom, there's this green arrow, green line where they either misspell JS or there's a new type of library. It's called just, I don't know. But usually those are not good signs because that means like they probably did this on a rush and they probably didn't know what they're hiring for. God knows. But anyway, so that what you saw already is like, that's what the market is asking for. So that's what we're going to focus on today. We're going to focus on those things that the market is asking for. And then we're going to, have an overview of what the others are and why might they be relevant, but they're probably something you can learn later on, not necessarily today. Okay, so before we jump into the chart, there's one more thing I want to share with you. And there's a topic very relevant here, also very controversial. It's called the productivity topic here. And what happens is that you often come across Things like this, for example, you probably saw this in university, or maybe never saw it. That's fine. It turns out that there are different levels when it comes to programming, right? And then you can do programming at a hardware level, machine language, assembly, and other stuff. If you are like me, you probably had to write some assembly code in university. That sucked. I mean, it was cool because, like, wow, I'm doing this thing that I'm never going to need ever. But yeah, it was like, well, never, ever. There was never a company asking for assembly. I never saw that. Unless I was applying to a very low-level company doing really low-level stuff, but that was never the case. I was most of the time asking, as you saw in my experience, with JavaScript, MySQL, PHP, which is really high level. So what turns out is that some people might tell you that you should be learning assembly or other lower level programming languages because I don't know why. But I don't think that's always necessarily the case. For example, if you're driving a car, let's say this is your car, an Audi. You don't need to understand how the motor works internally. You have no idea. Like, probably you do, but you don't need to know that. You don't need to know how combustion and all this physics and mechanics involved in chemistry. You don't need to. You just learn to drive a car and then you drive the car, and that's good. And if it broke, yeah, some people are really capable of fixing cars, amazing. But some others just call the insurance company and then the car gets fixed. So the same, I think, applies to front-end development. And the thing is that there are many things that are really, how to put it, clear that you don't really need to learn, such as assembly code. I don't think I've ever met anybody advocating for front-end developers to learn assembly code. But there are many developers out there advocating for you not to learn any framework before actually learning JavaScript. And I disagree with them to a certain extent. I do believe you should be learning the frameworks first, and then deep dive into JavaScript if you need to. Some of them say, well, because the problem is that if you learn the frameworks first, what's going to happen is that you don't have really a strong basis, and you're going to do things very wrongly, perhaps. But still, it's just it's like getting to a car and not knowing everything, but just being able to move around. That's fine. You'll master it over time. I think that's okay. But just be mindful of this. Why is this important? Because you will see in the chart that we are about to see in a couple of seconds that there are plenty of things in there. Plenty. Just dozens of technologies, tools, platforms, patterns, you name it, that if you were to learn them all, it will take you more than it takes you to finish university, perhaps not so much, but like me, 6 years. But still, so you need to understand that you want to probably aim for the things that are going to make you productive first, there's going to be a market for, and then you can learn the rest. The rest. So the roadmap is located in this link, so you can click on that link. And I'm going to open the link for you, no worries. Let's see if I can. Yeah. And in the link, you're going to find this. Here you are. Here's the roadmap of the front-end development. So we're going to take a look one by one, and we're going to consider all the aspects I mentioned to you. And let's see how that could. So I'm going to put it a little bit bigger for those of you who are like me. Okay, that's not helping. So, okay, like that. So let's start here. So they say first thing you need to learn is the internet. Right, of course. I mean, understanding the internet is important. And then they say, how does it work? What is HTTP? Browsers and how they work. DNS, what's the main name, what's hosting. So this is, I think it belongs in the category of things that to me are just like, yeah, sure, that's good to have an overview, but don't get too deep down onto it. Like, sure, you want to have an idea of what is HTTP. And if you go to YouTube right now and search for like, what is HTTP, you're going to get a 5-minute video really well done by some sort of YouTuber out there who's doing an amazing job explaining HTTP in 5 minutes. Then you're done. You don't need it anymore. Not for now. Maybe in 5 years, when you are a senior developer in a company and they have a really weird bug related to HTTP, then you can take a look, right? And dive deep into it, cookies and headers and responses and codes and debugging, all that stuff, sure. But as a junior developer or mid developer, you're going to be fine. You're not going to be dealing with that really roughly. So the 5-minute video of the YouTuber will probably suffice. So yeah, that's my take on internet. Let's move on. HTML. So as you saw it, HTML is demanded by the market. So there's no way around it. You learn HTML. Now, with HTML, just like with what? Just like with guitar, yeah, with music, right? You can learn a couple of chords and play a song to your friends, and they'll be happy and they cheer to you for playing Oasis and all the songs with the 4 chords of Oasis. And yeah, that suffices. That's about it. You can create an interface, a layout with simple HTML, elements or tags. Probably using deeps most of the time because you don't know other tags, and you'll be fine. I guess you will be fine. Now, you will be better, sure, if you knew semantic HTML, like some in here. And if you knew deep dive a little bit more about how forms and validation works and what are best practices when writing HTML, sure, but the basics suffice as well. So I think for HTML, it's not so critical because it's not like a whole database will be down if you don't write HTML the right way, or it's like the user are going to be really how to use it without swearing. No, I cannot do it. Fucked up because you wrote the wrong HTML. No, that's not going to happen. So HTML, just go for the basics, do a course that takes, I don't know, a couple of days, and you'll be fine. I think that's fine. But that's for certain. It's no way around it. You have to learn HTML. Regarding accessibility, this one is I think this one falls into another category. The thing with accessibility is that it's meant at making the internet fairer for those who cannot access it, just like you and me, or not even you and me, because I don't know if you have perhaps any disability when you access the internet. Maybe you're colorblind, or maybe you use a different way to access websites. God knows. But what's true is that we don't build websites that are accessible nowadays. It's just something we don't do. That is, for example, we don't do buildings with ramps. Instead, we always use stairs. And of course, people in wheelchairs are like, what the fuck? What about us? So that's the same with code and with HTML. You probably want to write code that other people can access, accessible code. So while this is something that first companies are not asking for, I think it's some sort of political opinion that you learn it yourself and you bring it to the company and you ask for it and try to enforce it within the company, because companies are probably not going to ask for it unless their clients are actually people who really need it. But that's often not the case sometimes. So accessibility is something that I would advise you to learn as more as a political move than anything else. Yeah, but that's a special one. SEO basics, no, you can disregard it. SEO experts will hate me for that. But no, I mean, I think, look, the thing is that there are SEO experts out there. SEO, if you're not familiar with it, it's about positioning websites or content on the web so that it can be reached by users or the people that are interested in it. It's just being able to access content that if it doesn't have good SEO, it will be very difficult. The thing is that that's very sweet. Somebody said that my presentation on that. Thank you very much. That's very sweet. That makes me happy. So what I'm trying to say here with SEO is like it's something that probably somebody else is going to do most of the time. And if you do it, if you need it, then learn it by the time you need it. But usually when you're hired to be a front-end developer, junior or whatever, they're not going to say like, okay, please make sure also this website ranks first on Google. It's like, no, just not going to ask you that. That's also super complicated. You cannot imagine. I tried to learn it myself. It's super difficult. So just perhaps let somebody else do it. Right, so that's with HTML. Just learn the basics, get it done, move on. CSS. Once again, another one of those who you cannot, skip. You have to go through it, period. You have to learn CSS. Now, with CSS, it's interesting because, sure, you should learn the basics, that's for sure. And then it talks about making layouts, where it mentions floats, positioning, display bots, CSS grid, and Flexbox. I'm going to tell you an anecdote. When I graduated from university, remember that I told you that I was super frustrated because I couldn't get a job because they were asking about all this stuff. They were asking about HTML, CSS as well. And I'll tell you something. I learned CSS and HTML in university, but I wasn't good enough at it. I just, it was a class. It was a class project. I did some HTML without knowing what I was doing and move on and went on to the next class. But when I needed to do it for a job, I had no idea really how it was. Or I probably also forgot a lot of the things that I needed. So I went into YouTube. This is a real story. This happened 6 years ago. I went into YouTube and said, and write down how to create a website. Imagine how crazy it is. Like after 6 years of university, I still had to go to YouTube and search how to create a website. And I found an academy called Code School, I guess. It was the name. Really cool academy online. I guess I paid for it or used a trial because I was a student, so I didn't have money. And I did the HTML course, like medium, advanced, super advanced, because I wanted to be super ready. And also for CSS. And I learned a bunch of stuff. I even took notes in paper. And I remember that it was just a matter of months. And then I forgot many of those things. I remember I learned a lot about advanced pseudo selectors, advanced semantic HTML and things like this. And yeah, it was like, I didn't need it for a while, so I forgot. So I had to relearn it later on. So yeah, you want to be mindful of how much time you spend learning CSS. Like, I think that box right there, position, display, box model, grid, and Flexbox is really important. I do think so. Because I come across that on a daily basis when I'm coding. I'm like, okay, how do I put this in the center? Is it text align or is it Flexbox? God damn it. It's difficult. So if you have those basics there, it's good, but don't go on to advanced cases. You can just let that to somebody else. We eventually probably are going to need it, so you can learn it then, but just go with those basics. That's my advice on CSS. Nice. So we're already covering most of it. We only have 10 minutes or 8 minutes, so I'm going to speed it up a little bit. Although if you're having fun, you can always ping the organizers and said, hey, let Juan talk more longer time. Anyway, JavaScript. So with JavaScript, sure, you want to learn the basics. I think JavaScript is the deal breaker of any offer for front-end development. If you know JavaScript, that's like good. You're in a really good place. You're most likely able to get a job because the other stuff is rather complementary to JavaScript. If you don't know JavaScript, if you already have trouble with JavaScript, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be quite difficult. Meaning the basics of JavaScript. No, like I said before, you can learn the frameworks first, and we're going to get there. But certainly when you're talking about JavaScript, you perhaps want to invest the most time of your learning into it because it's going to pay off. So syntax, DOM manipulation, fetch API, and EX6. Sure, just do it your way. Search for a JavaScript course that you like, that you can pay for, or that you find online, or that it's in your language, or that your friend did. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Just search for JavaScript course, do it all together, get comfortable with it. And once you do that, you're in a much better place. So that's it for granted, I would say. So it says then version control system. This is a mouthful. You probably need to learn this Git. Git is very popular, and I see a lot of people struggling with Git, and Git is also the kind of thing that I need on a daily basis. So Git is also just like JavaScript, the kind of thing you want to invest time, but just like CSS, don't get into the edge cases because there are plenty of them. Hardly ever you need it. And when you need it, sure, it would be nice to have, but probably you can ask a Git expert in the company who will probably figure it out for you. So yeah, just go with the Git, understand the basics, commits, stashing, merging, typical stuff, rebasing perhaps, but don't get too caught up into it because you can spend hours and hours learning it and it's just not going to take you much farther. So learn the basics for Git and make sure you're comfortable with it for sure. Then repo hosting services, GitHub. Look, now we're talking about things that are much simpler, like creating a pull request or uploading a repository. That's things that GitHub will even tell you how to do. So don't even spend too much time on it. Just get it done once or twice and you'll be good to go. No worries so much about it. Web security knowledge, well, it turns out that most of the time I really barely ever had to actually be concerned about web security because the frameworks were doing it for me. So the reality is that most of the, there's a OWASP list, like top 10 worst vulnerabilities of web development. And I'm telling you, no, not so much that I had to intervene in there. Framework did it most of the time, either Angular, React, or Vue. So you're kind of good. Something you can understand, perhaps reads a little, but again, just go find that YouTuber that simplifies everything in 3 to 5 minutes. Watch the video about what's CORS, what's a WASP, and move on. Just not too much of it. Package manager, thank you. I appreciate that you like the energy, Mehmet, and I appreciate the good comments. Unfortunately, we're reaching the end of the presentation, so let's wrap this up. Package managers. So package managers, npm or yarn. This is just move past it. Do it once, do it twice. 5-minute YouTuber rule. You're good. No, don't get too caught up in it. Just do it for what you need to do it. npm and yarn are for managing dependencies. Learn how to install a dependency. Move on. No need to care about edge cases at all. Then we have CSS architecture. For now, you can disregard it. If you need to learn it once, that's just a way of how to do things. It's not complicated at all. It's just getting the way of doing it. You know, it's like cooking with an air fryer. I'm saying it because I bought an air fryer myself, but you know, it's like a small oven. You just learn how to do it. Like, yeah, I got it, and then you're good. You don't need to become an expert in air fryer, just like you don't need to become an expert in CSS architecture. CSS preprocessors, as you saw, SAS was requested several times in Istanbul, at least. So learn it. You know, that will give you points, at least in that case. And honestly, SAS and LESS are not so different from CSS. So if you know CSS, you know your CSS, you're comfortable with it, SAS will be pretty similar. So you'll be good. No, nothing to worry about. Then we have build tools. And now build tools, and then we have a bunch of stuff there, is more related to something like the setup of the project. By the way, no, let's just do this properly. Organizers of the event, can it take 5 minutes more and finish at 12:55, please? 5 minutes. It's just that I'm really enjoying the presentation. It's going really well. So let me know if I can take a couple more minutes in the private chat. Thank you. So build tools. Build tools is more about the setup of the project. So we have task runners, module bundlers, linters. So module bundlers is where you see things like Webpack, or Rollup, or Grunt here in the task runners in this case. Nah, move on. You'll be fine. You that stuff it's I would say, in my opinion, a little bit complicated. And most of the time, you don't need it to build a product or a website or your startup. You would probably need it if you get into really advanced stuff, and that will happen once again 3 years from now, 5 years from now, but not today. So just move past it. Don't worry too much. Linters are for matter. This is just to make the code prettier, that has better standards. Nah, this is nothing to learn. Just follow the tutorial, install it, move on. Nothing to spend too much time on it. What should you be spending time on it? Remember, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and Git. Those four, spend time on it. The rest, just overview, YouTuber, the 5-minute rule. Bootstrap, yeah, sure. Somebody asked, you should use Bootstrap. Yeah, sure. Just same thing as CSS. Go through it, understand how it works, learn how to use it a couple of times, and move on. Some companies use Bootstrap, some don't. So, and then we get to the part where they say pick a framework, the most interesting part. That's true. Just pick one. And based on what you should pick a framework on whatever. Mainly the market. So we saw that React is more required in Istanbul. But maybe you like Angular more, or maybe you enjoy Vue a lot, or you have your friends who can teach you Vue. Just pick one. Doesn't matter. Most of the companies assume that if you know one well enough, you can learn the others pretty quickly. That's for certain. I've seen it before myself this year when I was talking to companies. They were like, yeah, if you know Angular, you probably get React very quickly. So just pick one and just go through it. Maybe find a course, pay for it, go to the documentation, spend time on it. I do agree you should spend time on the framework. By doing so, you would also learn a lot of stuff. But yeah, just pick one and go for it. Certainly important. Frameworks today like the most important part after JavaScript when you're applying to a front-end position. So they will ask you which is the framework you know. So yeah, totally. All right. So yeah, thanks for sharing the links. I'm gonna wrap this up. So other stuff, modern CSS, web components, and we can skip those. Not so critical. Say CSS framework. Somebody asked me about Bootstrap. Just pick one, get familiar with it. I would probably say yes, Bootstrap is popular still. Some people use it. I use it. I like it. Or learn Tailwind, learn one of them so that you're familiar with how CSS frameworks work. And just so you know, CSS frameworks are just a set of tools that you can use to make your CSS better. Is to save you time writing CSS. You know, they give you a button class, you put in the button, it looks beautiful. That's an oversimplification, but that's as much as you probably would need to know. So don't get too caught up in, spending a lot of time on CSS frameworks. Testing, yeah, you could probably get a feeling of it, but honestly, I don't see it in the offers or in the positions asking for like you test your code, you know how to write your specs. That's usually not the case. It's not because companies do not care so much about it, unfortunately or fortunately. So perhaps just learn Jest, I would advise, a little bit, get past it, move on, and continue your life. Don't get too caught up on it. Progress with apps another time in 3 years, 4 years, when they're more mainstream and when they're more used. Nowadays, they're not fully supported. Certain things are not fully supported. Not many companies are doing it. So you'll be fine without it. If you learn it, that's good. If you watch the 5-minute tutorial, you'll be good as well. Type checkers, TypeScript, sure, it's getting a lot of popularity. It's probably one of the most popular languages nowadays. So after you're done with JavaScript, after you're done with the framework, or while you're doing the framework, get to know TypeScript. Sure, that's valuable. That's relevant. I would say so. More TypeScript is becoming the de facto for when you're writing JavaScript, which is JavaScript with types and a couple of things more. But yeah, just get familiar with it. But don't do it before learning JavaScript. Learn JavaScript first, and then you can jump into TypeScript. Certainly worth it. Server-side rendering, no, just skip it, move on, unless the company is asking for it. But nah, you could probably learn that later. Focus on what's the most important and learn this stuff later based on the market conditions. GraphQL, same thing. Really cool stuff. It's static site generation. It's really cool. All of this is really cool. It's amazing. And the kind of things they're building, it's amazing. But if you know GraphQL and static site generators, but you don't know JavaScript enough, you won't get a job. It's just what it is. You need to learn JavaScript to get the job. So then you can learn the other stuff. And yeah, React Native, I noticed that they were asking it in Istanbul. So, and I say in Istanbul because that's what I'm using as reference, but wherever you are in the world, check in your region, in the capital of your country or whatever, just to see what they're really asking for, because different countries ask for different stuff. So bear that in mind. For example, in Medellin, where I used to live, Angular was very popular. In Graz, Angular is popular as well. In Austria, Angular is very popular. So, and yeah, we can disregard the rest. So that's in a nutshell what the whole schema look like. As you can see, plenty of tools, and it's amazing if you as a front-end developer can have a technical conversation about each and one of those topics out there. It will be amazing, but necessary. Will you get a job for just knowing all of them? Not necessarily. It's going to spend a lot of time learning all these things, and perhaps the 4 or 5 that I mentioned that are most important are the ones that are going to be deal breakers for you to get that job. So having said that, I want to say thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for staying here with me. I appreciate your comments. Unfortunately, there's not much time for questions, but if the organizers allow, maybe we just do a couple of Q&A. You can write down your questions, and I'll be happy to answer. And then the organizers tell me when I need to cut, and then we say goodbye. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Juan. It was a very amazing presentation.
Thank you. I think somebody's muted.
Yeah. Thank you for accepting our invitation. It was a great session, and we really liked your energy. Everything was perfect. Even people they were commenting, they were so happy with your energy, everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hope to see you on the coming events.
I think there is no question left.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Goodbye. We hope to see you again in our events.
Absolutely, absolutely. Invite me next time, and then maybe we can meet in person at the university.
Okay, so we
Excellent.
got a question. Are there any tips you can give to make our website an Android and iOS app and to optimize for mobile devices on the web?
Honestly, no. I don't. I'm not familiar with Android and iOS myself. Although I had to learn a little bit in university, so I'm not the right person to answer this question. But I can tell you one thing. One of the speakers that is upcoming is called Maxime. I don't remember the topic he's going to be talking about, but he is one of the organizers of the mobile conference, one of the most important ones in the world. So he could probably answer that question for you, Yves. So I will suggest you to take that one to him. Maxim, yeah. Yarn for sure. My favorite one is Yarn. Yarn is, I think, slightly faster, but NPM is catching up. So I don't mind. It's just like, cats or dogs. Both are amazing. I prefer cats, but yeah, Yarn will be that. Do you agree that when you learn PHP, you forget JavaScript? No, that's just like saying that because you learn how to speak English, you forget how to speak Spanish. Maybe a little bit, but not really. It's not necessarily so bad. And if you're practicing, you should probably be good. So no. Is creating portfolio important for hiring and how it should be? I don't know. I never had a portfolio myself. I just created projects and put the links on my CV. That's how I did it. So maybe they would like to see some code. So if you have some code, just put it put the link and you'll be fine. If you have a website with all your products there and projects, that will help for sure. I think so. What is a tip for us to be able to learn all that without forgetting anything? That's a great question, Sarah. No, the truth is that you will forget many things. That's just what it is. So the best thing you can do is to learn the things that you need right now, as opposed to the ones you think you're going to need later. Start with the things you need right now that the market is demanding, and then chances are that you're going to waste a lot of time learning things you will probably forget later.
Thank you, Juan. I think that's all.
Okay, so that's good. That's good. So thank you very much, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of the conference, and I will, see you another time.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Guys, don't forget to fill out the forms. You have 15 minutes for doing that. We'll share the link in the chat area.
Yes. And now we will go on a 2-minute break. So we'll come back with another session. So stay tuned and don't run away.
Hello, Maxim. How are you doing?
Hello, Shamirad. Hello, Maya. Hello, our dear attendees of this awesome summit. I'm good. How is your Sunday?
Yes, we're also good. Thank you.
Was a great.
First of all, I want to say that thank you for accepting our invitation and coming today.
My pleasure to present for your nice community.
Can you explain a little bit about yourself?
Yes, sure. But actually, I have a slide about myself, so maybe I will give more details on that slide. Now I can say I'm Maxim Salnikov, and I stream live from city of Oslo, capital of beautiful country called Norway.
Thank you. Backstage is yours. You can start. Thank you.
Yep. Let me share my screen. That one. Yes. Today, right now, we'll talk about progressive web apps, but not just progressive web apps. It's a very practical session about how to start with building a PWA, it's abbreviation for progressive web apps, maybe right after this summit. So literally take your web application, is it for your job or your pet project, and try to add at least some of the features to call this application progressive. Let me start. So today we'll talk about how to make our web applications better. And progressive web apps is all about this. At the same time, we want to enjoy ourselves as developers while building this kind of experience. So it's about building great user experience while keeping awesome developer experience, UX and DX. Time to introduce myself. As I mentioned, I'm Maxim Salnikov. I work as a developer engagement lead in Microsoft. I do developer relations, and I'm a big fan of developer communities. This is why I accepted offer to speak at your beautiful event with great pleasure. And I run meetups, conferences in Norway, where I live, and I'm Google developer expert in web tech and Angular. You can find me on Twitter, WebMaxRU. I think this is the simplest way for us to stay connected. And I tweet mainly about progressive web apps, about web platform, about all cool parts of web platform, and about cloud. On today's agenda, we'll go through why is PWA important topic. Is this still relevant these days? We'll focus on building pillar of PWA, which is Service Worker API. I'll try to explain that it's super powerful API, but sometimes it's challenging to implement some functionality, some features. This is why we have great helpers, and we'll focus the main part of this presentation on this particular library, how to add PWA features to our web apps, web front-end apps to be precise, with pleasure as a developer. And of course, I'll list some useful resources by the end of the session. So I have no doubt you heard about progressive web apps, about PWA. It's not super new concept. I believe we have this term since maybe 2015 or maybe a bit earlier, and there were, let's say, ups and downs in adoption of this idea, both by developers and by browser vendors, which play, of course, crucial role, because after all, this is web API. This is something that have to be supported both by browser and operating system. So what are the latest news today? And like always, this is like a roller coaster, ups and downs. For example, if we check the latest headlines, maybe from last few months, folks from Mozilla decided to remove PWA features from Firefox. Well, it's definitely not playing good for PWA adoption among developers, but in reality, this is a bit maybe too bold statement. What they do, they remove what they had for installation of the web front-end apps, and to be honest, it always worked behind the flag, and I think that not so many folks will ever notice that something disappeared. Luckily, Service Worker API is to stay in Firefox, and furthermore, it's under active development. So all good here. Even better from Google side. Now we have really nice connection of APIs of our web application with APIs of Google Play, this marketplace. So we have now better ways to monetize our progressive web applications. Of course, in that sense, we talk about not pure web experience, but some thin wrapper over your PWA to be able to push it to Google Play Store. But the tool called Bubble Wrap is there, so you will easily create native Android application from your PWA, and then you connect corresponding APIs, and you can accept payments from users via Google Play. It's definitely very good for PWA adoption. From Apple side, well, not good news again. They decided to postpone without any date specified implementation of some important web APIs related to access to hardware features of the devices. It's because they think that it's easy to build digital profile of the user just by checking what's available from these APIs. And we all know why do we, not we, but advertisers love these sort of profiles, because you can target your ads to particular persons based on their interests, based on page they visited before, and it definitely doesn't contribute to the privacy. So privacy is the key in that sense. So we'll see. After all, they do not completely reject. They just decided to not implement this for now. And Microsoft, a company where I work for, is one of the most serious contributors to PWA, to Service Worker, and all things around these days, and I'm super happy about this. So now we have even simpler tools to deploy your PWA to the Microsoft Store. The tool called PWA Builder, it's constantly evolving, and yeah, it's almost like a couple of clicks experience to have your web application deployed to Microsoft Store. So if we look at these headlines, we have full like feeling that web was forked, and some browser vendors went for privacy in their roadmap, and some browser vendors decide to implement more functionality via web APIs, via better connection of browsers and operating systems. And of course, they take privacy and security into consideration also. But how to survive in this dual world for us developers? Well, the answer is simple: web standards and progressive enhancement. All APIs I mentioned and I will mention, they are part of web standards. This is not something proprietary. They all went through corresponding stages, like discussion with the community, and then the discussion with committees. Not all APIs are officially standards now. Many of them are still drafts, but at least this is part of larger discussion. And on technical side, we all who build web front ends, all who work with JavaScript, know that well, it's impossible to let's say develop your applications for a particular version of JavaScript or particular version of the browser or particular browser, because the reality is so that there are so many different environments. Luckily, we have feature detection, we have progressive enhancement as an idea to, if not have all APIs available on this particular machine for this particular user, but at least to keep the core functionality of our application always ready, always working. And then we can enhance user experience by applying this API or this API if that's available on under particular circumstances. Okay, if we go back to PWA topic, what is this concept at all? What does it include? And how this definition evolved through the years of its existence? Well, now I think we have quite good definition of what this all about. And it's large two directions. It's all about having your web applications installable. Of course, we reason about front-end part of our web experience, and about providing some extra capabilities to this application. Capabilities related to usage of hardware and software resources of the particular device. PWA includes Service Worker API, and yeah, this is definitely foundational API for PWA if we talk about capabilities. Big part, it's not all, but a large part of Service Worker is all related to optimizing networking in a very broad definition. And exactly on that level is working our library, which we'll explore today. I don't think I called its name yet. Let's keep it in a secret for the next few minutes. If we talk about networking, the large part of this optimization is about caching. And we'll focus our session today on this part of networking, this part of Service Worker, this part of PWA. Okay. Now I want to give you some information about popularity of PWA and the Service Worker. If we look at the stats from HTTP archive, we'll see that around 1% of the websites from their selection, it's around 7 million addresses, is under control of the Service Worker. And looking at this chart, you see that it's steady growth. It's not like a hockey stick, but it's not a plateau. It's growing with its own pace. You might not be very impressed by the number, which is only 1%. Like even taken into account that in absolute numbers, oh, this is quite a few of web addresses. Maybe these stats will give you a better impression. And it says that this like 1% of page controlled by Service Worker actually serves almost 1/5 of the page loads. So, well, it's a serious number, right? Like 1/5 of the internet somehow controlled by Service Worker in terms of number of page loads. And that says that quite large, quite popular, quite visited websites are adopting idea of Service Worker and most likely PWA also. And it's not a surprise at all, because it's all about user friendliness. And if we drill down to the networking, to offline readiness of our application, we can have lots of interesting functionality features available for our dear users if we go that way. For example, why not to have application itself always be available, regardless of the connection? Are we online and we type something in the browser address input, like mysuperwebsite.com, of course it's available, right? What if in this particular minute there is no internet? I don't know, we are in tunnel or something went wrong with our Wi-Fi router, but we want to visit this site. We want to, for example, read something that was cached before. In the regular web application, or in the if it's not PWA and not controlled by service worker, we type this address. We see offline dyno if in Chromium-based browser, and it's double sad because most likely we visited this resource before and maybe even some pieces of this application in our HTTP cache, but it's just not available. And why not to have experience like, for example, in native mobile applications, once installed, always available. Next, I believe 99.9% of the web applications consume some data runtime. APIs, CDN, whatever, we consume the data. And using HTTP cache, old gold friend, we don't have too much control over how to collect this and especially how to reuse this within our JavaScript code, within our front-end application. With service worker, it's completely different. Same for the data our users generate while they are offline. Just imagine you are a user filling in some large form, 10 fields, 20 fields, you hit send or post or save or whatever, and in that moment your internet is broken. You will see something, server not found, error 500, your data lost. This is not experience we want to have now, and this is really not experience you have to build in 2021, because now you have all the tools to first preserve this data, and second, send this data to your servers automatically without any need to have interaction from user side. Furthermore, this will be sent automatically even when the application is closed and even when the visible part of the browser is closed. Something, again, similar we have, for example, on mobile native application of Facebook. You can create posts while you're offline, and mobile native APIs will take care of your data, about saving and about propagating to the servers when connection is back. Of course, if their developers implemented these features. And in the big picture, all these connection failures should not affect user experience that much. We have all the tools on optimizing this. If we talk about update of the application itself and maybe data it consumes, we all know that mobile native apps can do this. They update themselves in background. They can prefetch some data in background. So we always have the application fresh. And if we open, for example, mobile Twitter, most likely we'll see a feed which was fetched few minutes ago in background. So we see the fresh data. Now we have the tools to implement same behavior in mobile, in our web front-end apps. And of course, it's all about using of great features of the platform, of the operating system, of the hardware of particular device. Web can do this today. And using all these great possibilities, we still want to keep nature of the web, its openness, its linkability, its discoverability, something very unique for a web platform if we compare this, for example, with mobile native world. So why not to implement these features to every single web front-end applications? It might be challenging. And this joke from 2019 is still relevant because it's too easy to create our own service worker file, deploy it, and it can not improve but ruin caching experience. So your users might stuck with particular version of your application, and well, it will take some efforts from our side, from their side, to even return to normal, not even saying about implementing proper update flow, proper caching flow. But luckily, it's not that bad, and you will see this in a few minutes. But let's dive a bit deeper into the roots of this joke, why it ever came. Because in theory, it's not very complex to build our very own service worker file. After all, this is JavaScript code, right? And if you folks work with web front-end dev, you know JavaScript. Service worker API is extensive one, and another very unique feature, it's event-driven one. So all your payload of code wrapped into particular listeners. And you'll find lots of guides about how to build your PWA, your service worker, which will explain you. On install event in your service worker, put some stuff into the cache, and hereafter, if I say about cache, this is about very special part of the browser where you store resources you consume from the network for later usage. So it's not about HTTP cache. So we do not take reason about HTTP cache in this session anymore. Then on activate event, you manage versions. You might want to clean up what you pre-cached before if your application version was updated, and I believe we all have our web apps live. I mean, we update their versions, we fix old bugs, we introduce new bugs and new features. So managing versions is very important in that flow. And then on fetch event, you do all the magic. You check if resources in the cache, maybe you will want to serve it from there, not from the network, and all this network ping pong. And in very large number of the article blog posts about service worker, you'll find examples with maybe up to 100 lines, which will build the basic functionality of the caching. And by the way, on this slide, the code sample is exclusively for understanding approximate, let's say, volume of the service worker, which can provide basic functionality. So don't try to understand what's going on there. So it's just like illustration. This will work for very like hello world case, very like only happy scenario. What we will lack in this example, all I mentioned in red. No any form of automation, because it's very manual job in this case. No configuration, no possibility to extend this, at least in a simple way. No kind of anything smart. For example, if we manage versions, we clean previous version completely. Even if only one file was changed there, we cache new version completely. Well, so it's definitely not optimal. In such a complex thing like caching and work with HTTP protocol, there are tons of edge cases, and we have to provide lots of fallbacks. And of course, in these 100 lines of the code, it's not about that. Then maybe we want to provide a communication channel with the main thread of the application. Also, of course, it's impossible to include it in these very basic scenarios, and lots of other things which might lead to many things to care about. And in production, you have to think about more like questions, like redirects, opaque response part of HTTP call. And yeah, I will not read this slide. I will just show you how many things you have to care about before even deploying, let's say, simple version of service worker, to make sure that you will not be part of the joke from 2019. And still, it's not the full list. You still can see older version of the application when you do not expect it. This is why around 1/3 of all service workers deployed today are based on the library I want to call now, Workbox. And my personal top of the features of Workbox, what makes it really cool automation tool is following. It's really very nicely architected abstraction level. Literally, you keep control over behavior of service worker while you receive lots of automation. There is definitely no one big button, no one big method do everything. Do not expect this, at least when we talk about more or less complex scenarios. But still, you can dive deeper on particular level to implement your own code. This is why it's very, very flexible. It returns declarativeness when it's relevant, and Service Worker API is very imperative one. It literally says, take this, do this, take this, do this. While in many caching scenarios, we want to not implement, but we want to describe the behavior, and Workbox allows us to do this. It's modular. It has a very nice set of the features out of the box. If you want to have something else, you can just implement it because it's extendable and powerful tooling. What I love the most, it's open source. It's under active development by folks from Google's Web DevRel team and by the community. So every one of us have chance to contribute our ideas, our bug fixes, our feature requests to Workbox. Okay, now without any further delay, let's just understand how to start with Workbox, how to take your web front-end application and create a progressive one from this, maybe in just a couple of hours, including all the testing. Let's start. You remember this naive scenario, 100 lines of very basic service worker, which build offline readiness of the application. In Workbox, this is one-liner. This is exactly, in that case, it has this magic method called pre-cache and route, which we have to add into our service worker, which will do all the magic for us. But you see, we pass one parameter to this method called WB manifest, and actually this is a placeholder which we might want to replace with the real data. So here we explain to Workbox, please pre-cache this particular set of the files which will construct application shell closer to reality. This is definitely our index HTML. This is definitely our main JavaScript bundle, main CSS bundle, something that builds the application itself. And in world of PW, this concept called application shell. So we just have to provide this information, and of course, this set might be different on the next build of the application. Application is evolving. The set of the files is evolving. And for example, we also can add some hash string to the file name. So something we want to do by hand if we populate this array. Let's automate this. We have to populate this array using Workbox again. We have to bundle this service worker and register in the application. And first two steps we want to build on every build of the application. So we build app itself, then we build its service worker and deploy all the things. What will help us? Module called Workbox build from the set of modules of the Workbox. And Workbox can be used in multiple ways and forms. It even has its own CLI. It can be used as a plugin for Webpack, but I personally prefer and I recommend you to use Workbox as a module for Node. It's the most flexible way, which will help you to power up any kind of front-end application built with any framework, with any bundler, because it's as flexible as possible. Oh, since we mentioned it's a Node module, we have to write short script for Node.js to run it on application build. Let's make it. Let's call this script SWA build, and I just want to repeat, this is something we run during build. It's not something we run in the browser during application runtime. No. It's it will help us to build our service worker. Let's start from the configuration. We have to provide source service worker, and you remember it's like one-liner plus import of the method. We have to provide destination, and the next line we explain to Workbox which files to take, which files to pre-cache on the application first run, and here we can provide it in the form of glob patterns. It's a very flexible way, and I guarantee that you'll find the way to configure these patterns even for quite complexly architected web front-end application. What's next? We pass this configuration to a method called inject manifest. What does this method do? Well, we can see this on example. You remember that we had this source service worker with pre-cache and route method. It takes this file. You remember that we provided its configuration. It iterates over the glob patterns we provided to build the list of resources needed to pre-cache, and just injects this array to pre-cache and route. So it's a file operation. We can call it like this. And in addition, you see that we also have this hash string, which is hash sum of particular file. This will help Workbox to manage their versions. Literally, new file, new hash string, new service worker, then browser can start the service worker update flow. Okay, we have now this SWJS in our dist folder, which is almost ready to be deployed. What's left? Bundling. Currently, browsers do not support ES native ES imports. By the way, it's coming. I believe it will be supported in the next dev version of Chromium-based browsers. But yeah, it totally makes sense to do bundling. And here we can use your favorite bundler. Like there is no any kind of limitation. In my example, this will be rollup, and we will need a few plugins for this. It's resolve to calculate this path for imports. It's replace to configure production versus deployment build of the service worker. You'll understand what I mean in a few seconds. And Cursor. After all, if we bundle everything, why not to go next step? And in addition to minify our service worker, let's just implement all the best practices we have in modern web frontend to the service worker also. And how to configure these plugins? Well, only one of them needs some form of configuration. It's replace. And this way, for example, when we replace in source code of Workbox process env node env with production versus deployment, it builds two different modes. In deployment, you will have very extensive logging. So you will see in the browser console everything what's going on with service worker, what cached, what served, and what would go wrong, etc., etc. It's very good for debugging. And when it's tested and debugged, you just switch to production, and you get as minimal as possible service worker file. What will be the result of the bundling and minifying? Something like this. Your service worker processed and ready for deployment. And again, this is code not for us, not for humans. It's for machines. It's for the browsers. And browsers really love that kind of code. Minimal, optimized, as tiny as possible. And then, as I mentioned, a couple of steps. It's a good idea to do this on every application, on every application build. This is why we naturally add run of this build SWJS script after build of our main application, and then we run rollup to bundle our service worker. This way, we will receive ready for deployment service worker, which will have the functionality of pre-caching application shell for our application to be offline ready. Last piece of these steps is to register the service worker in an application. Of course, there is native method available, method called register for service worker object, but Workbox can help us to optimize this a bit in our application, and we need another module called Workbox window. It will provide some syntax sugar for the registration and some very useful hooks for us to inject our code when we need to show the smart update flow, something like this. I bet when you surf the web, you have seen some websites show you this message in the, for example, their native UI dialog or something like this. That means that first, this website is driven by service worker, and second, the version you visited before is older than the one which is on the network, and the older version was served to your browser, and most likely you have seen some like first page immediately because it was taken from cache. And in that case, service worker or application is kindly asking you if you wish to reload the page to get the new version displayed. And you have a choice. For example, if you started to do something like started to fill in large form, maybe you don't want to have this reload, right? So I call this gentle update flow or smart update flow. And Workbox provides very convenient hook for us to show dialog like this. It's unfortunately a bit out of scope of today's session, but you can find an example of this code on the corresponding repo, and I will repeat this address by the end of this session. So after all these steps, it's maybe a bit cumbersome to explain, but when you do this, when you implement this, it's literally just a few minutes. What will we get? We will get offline ready application shell of our application. That means that after first visit of the app, it will be carefully stored in cache, and then you can safely, or not you, but your users can safely turn off internet, open the same URL in their browsers, and they will see exactly the same version of your application, which was preloaded before. To see this in action, I have this short GIF, an example of simple blog, and you will see this in action now. We go to offline mode, we hit refresh, application is still there. What we achieved, application works offline, Workbox is managing versions for us, and in console log, in addition to all these red lines, about there is no network connection because we are in offline mode, we'll see what Workbox is pre-caching and serving. It was about application shell, about application itself. What about the data it consumes? Can Workbox help us here? Yes, of course. And this is a very good example of how we return declarativeness of the caching to the developer experience. First, we start with some imports, and thanks to the module structure of Workbox, we literally can pick only the methods we need for the service worker. Of course, it contributes in a good sense to the size of resulting service worker, resulting file. And then we register routes. We literally explain behavior of this particular route. And you see in this example, I decided to apply smart caching for the avatars, for these pictures of the users from the service called Gravatar. What I say here, please Workbox apply strategy called cache first. to this pattern of the URLs. What is cache first? The name itself says quite clearly, right? If the resource is in the cache, take it from there, even without going to network at all. If there is no, and of course, all fallbacks are available. If the resource is not in the cache, for example, if the user is downloading, is fetching this particular picture for the first time, Workbox will fetch it and put into the cache, right? And at the same time, of course, it will not show you image not found. It will serve the same image from the network. It works like this. And all other strategies are available. I think already implemented strategies can cover 99% of the cases you ever wanted to have as a caching scenario. For example, if we go back to our example blog, if we talk about list of the articles or list of the blog posts, what kind of strategy can be applicable to this piece of our API? I prefer to go for network first here. This is something that this kind of information is quite dynamic, and maybe we don't want to serve previous version of this list from cache. Even this is available. This is why a strategy called network first is trying to fetch this particular URL from network. If network is available, we are all good. We serve this JSON immediately to the browser. At the same time, Workbox is carefully taking this JSON and put it into the cache. For which case? For the case when network is not available. And if there is no internet, there is only a way for us to grab this data from cache. This will not be the freshest one, most likely, right? But it's definitely better than showing page not found or error with processing APIs. So this is, let's say, good enough fallback. If we talk about some other scenarios, let's think what kind of strategy could work for the case of the blog page itself, like the content of particular blog post or article, in my case, how I call this in API. I decided that maybe the content of the article is not that often updated. So once you posted something to the blog post, most likely you will not change it. This is why it could be a strategy called stale while revalidate. And yeah, just to elaborate on my initial thought, it's not often updated, but sometimes it happens. For example, you want to you found something new to post in this article, and then you post something like update and put new piece of a couple of more paragraphs. How will this work with stale while revalidate strategy? This is very smart mix of network first and cache first strategies. It works like this. If the resource is available, if this particular JSON with blog post content available in cache storage to be precise, Workbox will serve this immediately. At the same time, even after it was served, it will go and check if there was an update on the server. Of course, if the network is available. If it is, it will fetch the new data and put it into the cache. But of course, users will still see the old version, right? And here, if we apply one plugin called Broadcast Update plugin, it's part of Workbox also, we can show the message. The same gentle message saying, by the way, this article was updated, and maybe you want to refresh the page to see new content, and then user decides what to do. So the goal of Workbox here is to provide all possible scenarios, all possible features for us to implement as developers, and it's very developer friendly. So it really has very nice developer experience. If we talk about what kind of strategies are there out of the box, straight from the box of Workbox, out of the box of Workbox, it sounds funny. As I mentioned, with these 5, you cover most of the cases. And if you enrich these strategies with plugins, I hardly imagine a scenario when you have to create your own strategy or plugin. But you can do it. And one of the next chapters of this session is exactly about this. If we go one step beyond all this usage of workbox modules and methods, there is next level of abstraction. It came from in the latest version of Workbox 6, called recipes. What is recipe? This is a nicely configured set of the features which we can implement using classical approach, using modules and methods, but this is something created for us, for literally usage in form of one-liner. For example, if we want to organize smart caching of Google Fonts, we use this one-line recipe called Google Fonts Cache. We don't have to think about what kind of URL patterns we have to provide for Google web fonts and the corresponding CSS files. Workbox takes care of this about this for us. Same for the images. If we want to say, hey Workbox, just organize smart caching for all kind of images we consume in real time, not we, but our users, and of course we while test this application. One-liner, Workbox will take care of all the images. Same for offline fallback. Same for caching of static pages and resources like JavaScript and CSS, some static resources. And the latest addition to a family of recipes is warming up strategy cache. It's when we provided runtime caching, like we have seen in the previous chapter of this session, but we don't want to wait until user actually go and hit these API endpoints while they navigate the application. We want to pre-cache something even from there to have experience similar to what we have in application shell. Then we just say, hey Workbox, just warm this cache up. If we go back to implementing our own strategy, if our use case is that unique that we have to implement something new, that like when network first, cache first, network only, cache only, and stale wire revalidate is not enough. We can do this. And again, Workbox is providing all convenient ways for doing this. In this code sample, let's implement a strategy called cache network race, and let's do it following. Let Workbox serve something that came first, either from cache or from network. I believe in majority of the scenarios, of course, this will be cache, but who knows? Maybe, I don't know, browser is busy with some background work and the cache is somehow broken. Then resource from network will come first. What we do? We create our own class, which extends a built-in class called strategy. And we have to implement a method called _handle, where we provide request itself, this HTTP request, which goes for this particular resource. And also we pass instance of strategy handler class, which contains some really nice utilities for us. We just have to implement our own logic, and that's it. For example, in this particular case of race between cache and network, this will look like this. Using this strategy handler instance, we call method to try to get resource from network. Then we try to do the same with cache, and what's left is just to return what came first. As easy as this. We do not implement all these fetches, all direct work with cache. We rely on methods from Workbox. Plus, we have convenient hooks to process errors, and it's also very good for developer experience and user experience after all. So I introduced multiple ways of Workbox usage, and it might look somehow confusing, so many ways, right? So this is why I created this sort of chart, how to pick your own way of using Workbox. If we need full flexibility, we start from building our custom strategies, then or we can extend existing strategies with custom plugins. I believe the main scenario will still be use modules and methods. This is why it's big and it's in the very center of this diagram. If we go back into automating direction, this will be recipes, these one-liners. And after all, Workbox has its own CLI, which allows you to build service worker completely from scratch. We didn't cover this in this presentation because it's the less flexible way of Workbox usage, but still maybe for some simplest cases, it might be the case. Now, I want to help you with diving deeper into the code. Of course, we had some code on these slides, but this code was very simplified. You can find the full version on this URL. This is where you'll find this demo of blog post. You'll find all source code, and you can explore how to deploy this application to a fairly new service from Azure called Azure Static Web Apps, where you can host your web frontends. To continue the discussion about PWAs, service workers, Workbox, I invite you all to join open PWA Slack team, where we have well over 2,000 people who actively discuss all these topics, and of course folks from browsers, frameworks, libraries, Workbox in particular, are there. On that, I wish to thank you very much, and let's stay connected. Now I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Maxim. It was amazing presentation. You was perfect. Like, you explained everything clearly and point by point. Thank you very much. It was pleasure to see you and listen among us.
My pleasure. Do we have any questions?
Let's wait some. I think there is no questions.
Oh, I'm happy. I explained everything so well. Yeah, but yeah. Of course, in reality, I understand that this content, if you never touched PWAs and service workers, could be something that you maybe want to go through one more time, and then you'll have questions. Anyway, I'm open to continue this discussion, to answer your questions on Twitter. Just ping me directly. My direct messages are open. It's my pleasure to answer your questions, to help you to implement service workers, PWAs, using Workbox and other libraries. So let's stay connected.
Finally, Maxim, can you give some advice for us, like for new developers?
Be active part of dev community. Attend events like this, and seriously consider speaking at events like this. This is my personal mantra. When I want to learn some new technologies, I imagine that I'm a speaker of this technology. What could I present? And I dive deeper into investigation of how this works, and after all, I really build session of this. So for me, what I was able to explain to other folks, that means that I understood it myself good enough to use it on my work.
Thank you, Maxim. See you again. Goodbye.
Thank you for presentation.
Yep. Let's stay connected. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, guys, don't forget, fill the form. You have 15 minutes, and after this, you will get a certificate about web development. And we will come back after 2 minutes break. Thank you.
Hi again. We will start our great part. Firstly, we will talk about coding. Welcome, Mohammed Salihler. How are you?
Hey, I'm really good. How are you people doing?
Yes, we also good.
It's
Thank
fine.
you.
Everything's good. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Can you briefly introduce yourself?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm Salih. I'm a Flutter and Dart GDE, Google Developer Expert. I work as a senior software engineer at a company called Superlist. Yeah, right now I'm in sunny Ankara, and I will be hopefully teaching you a lot about Flutter. Let's see.
Please give some detail about presentation.
Come again?
Can you give
some
more
detail about presentation?
Yeah, of course. First, we will do an introduction to Flutter, and I will be talking about how actually Flutter works. Afterwards, I will be telling you a bit about what was the news that happened in March 3rd about Flutter event. And when we cover all of these, I will show you how you can actually create a Flutter project. We will do some live coding, and I will teach you afterwards how you can actually learn Flutter, what are the resources that I recommend, and so on and so forth. And if you have time, I would like to answer questions. This is more or less it for today's schedule.
We go to backstage. You can start section. See you.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you pull my presentation as well? Let me close all of the... Perfect. So, hello everyone once again. Today we will be talking about Flutter 2 and what has changed, and actually what Flutter is if you haven't heard about it before, or if you're really curious about how it's working. So, before we move forward, as I said earlier, my name is Sani. I work as a senior software engineer at a company called Superlist. We are building a productivity tool right now, and we are using Flutter for actually all platforms. So we are really excited about the product. By all platforms, I mean desktop, web, and mobile. I am a Google Developer Expert on Flutter and Dart. This means that I've been around Flutter and Dart for a long time. I've been giving talks and so on and so forth. And yeah, I'm really excited to be part of today's event as well. And I'm a community person. I love communities. I've been living in Berlin for 5 years now. I've been in Turkey since the pandemic because, we are working remotely now and I wanted to stay close to my family. And in Berlin, I started a community called Flutter Berlin. And in Turkey, we have Flutter Turkey. So if you're in Berlin or if you're living in Turkey, please check out those communities. But today, we will not talk about the communities. We will talk about Flutter. Flutter in one simple sentence is, Flutter is Google's UI toolkit. This is the marketing part. What you need to understand is Flutter actually is a SDK that helps you to write the code once and deploy it to the 6 different platforms. We will talk about which 6 platforms we are talking about in a couple of slides, but what you need to understand about Flutter is you write the code once, but you will deploy it to 6 different platforms. That is it. But what makes Flutter special, right? Why do we say that, okay, Flutter is different, Flutter is game changer? Because right now we have other alternatives, which does actually cross-platform development, and they are great tools. But what makes Flutter different than the others? First of all, it uses a language called Dart. Some sees this as a disadvantage. I see this as an advantage because Dart is a modern language that was actually created for web, and actually it has an option to interoperate between any platforms because it has something called just-in-time compilation and ahead-of-time compilation. These 2 compilation types are helping you to have quick updates on your changes, which is something that we call hot reload and hot restart. In addition, we will have something called native performance. What do we mean by native performance? When you think about cross-platform approaches from back in the days, like PhoneGap that was actually using a web view behind the scenes, you can also think about other alternatives like Xamarin or React Native. these are great alternatives, but they have one tiny downside, which is they are obviously not 100% native. What they do is they're either having some bridges between the platform and yourself and like try to actually imitate the behavior of native. But with Flutter, it's different. Your compilation type is actually going to take your code and compile it into a language that your device or machine understands. So that is why it is going to be native performance. So what makes Dart special in this case, it actually allows you to do it. But native performance is not enough. You need to be able to actually process the UI in a way that you actually have performance. You don't have any performance problems. What do I mean by this? Imagine that you have a perfect tool, but your shaders or your UI is having glitches and so on and so forth, and this will be a problem for you. We don't want to have this. For this purpose, actually, when Flutter is created, it started to use its own graphics engine. It's called Skia. Skia is a special graphics engine. It has been created by like one of the Chromium, like actually 3-4 Chromium people. It is actually one of the foundations of V8 engine on Chrome. So it has a perfect performance over understanding what graphics are and how they render it. But it had a lot of dependencies to the web back in the days when it was only V8. So people just got this one. They chopped off a lot of things out of it, and they said, okay, let's put this to benchmarks. Let's see how it works, because it has a lot of potential. And they saw they were right, because Skia actually gave them a chance to render graphics in a really, really performant way. And when they combined this information from Dart and Skia together, they were able to promise to the users of Flutter 60 frames per second or more if you have the device up until 120 frames per second. So with these three special points, Flutter already becomes different than its competitors. But how Flutter works, right? How it is working behind the scenes, so you can understand what it wants from the platform and what it can use from the platform. So in general, you will write your code in Dart. You'll be writing your code in Dart, and everything behind the scenes will be happening from the Flutter's its own architecture. So you will be writing your code in Dart. Everything will be perfect. You will be using declarative UI, and you will be using your any state management system that you want. So that is working perfectly. But how do you render these information to your screen? Think about any device. It can be your desktop, it can be your web applications, or it can be mobile as usual. So when you think about it, you will have a screen that you want to show information of. And this is actually all Flutter wants from the system. It asks for a canvas, okay? After it asks for a canvas, it will translate its information from Dart code, render it, and make the Skia engine communicate with device's GPU and actually render everything to the canvas and draw it there. So what you need from the platform is basically an empty canvas, and the rest will be happening from Flutter's its own SDK. Also, your application will be able to subscribe to the events that are happening on your platform. So it's not going to ask for these, but they are already available when you need them. But what do we mean by events? Like the tap, double tap, long tap, right click, left click, like whatever you need as an information, not only from the tapping, but also from the keyboard input, will be available when you need them. So Flutter's architectural layer about widgets and rendering will be getting the canvas for you, but at the same time will be subscribing itself to the changes on the platform about events like clicking taps and keyboard inputs. But in addition to this, you might be asking yourself about what if I need something specific from the platform? On desktop, you have file pickers. On mobile, you will have, I don't know, cameras, sensors, anything. or on web, you need access to the cookies. So when you think about it, these are really, really valid requests from the platform that it needs. Luckily, Flutter gets you covered on this. If you want, you can access to any platform-specific things by something called platform channels. Platform channels is a logical bridge between your Dart code and to your native platform. You will be writing your Dart code and you will be writing some native code and you will be communicating with them. But obviously for each tiny thing, you don't want to do this. And for preventing this, Flutter team and the community itself had created a lot of packages to actually write the code for only Dart, and you don't have to deal with the native platform itself. But you can always have access to the native platform inputs if there's any package for this by writing native code, by using platform channels. When we saw it from the higher level, it makes a lot of sense. When you think about it in the detail view, you need to consider how Flutter works actually. And Flutter uses heavily layered architecture. This means that every responsibility has its own layer, and if it has a dependency on the lower level, it will be in the higher level hierarchy in the layers. So Flutter comes with three main layers. First, the embedder, then the engine, then the framework. Embedder is the part that actually gets the canvas and actually listens to whatever it is happening from the platform by listening to platform-specific code. On top of it, there's Flutter Engine. Flutter Engine is written with C and C++. It actually does every necessary preparation and performance checks for actually making your Flutter framework working as performant as possible. And it is doing heavy work like, for example, text layouting. One thing that I learned during the time that I'm working on desktop and web, text layouting is one of the hardest points in general application development. You can see it in native platforms. Like I had the problem in Android. I haven't been writing Android apps since like 2 years now. But back in the days when we were writing Android applications, it was really hard to have, for example, rich text, like some of them bold, some of them are italic. So we needed to write like HTML codes or trying to use some other libraries. Anyway, on top of the engine, we have the framework level, and that is the part it is actually really, really relevant to us. It is written in Dart. There's a foundation part that builds up everything on top of the engine. Then you have the animation, painting, and gestures, which is the part that actually gets the UI part and makes the deliverance of this information to your GPU. And rendering makes it prepared before delivering it. And widgets is the part that you will be actually using to create your own widgets if you don't want to use already created widget system, something called Material and Cupertino. Material is the widget set that has been provided to us by Flutter team, and it is used in material design. And Cupertino, on the other hand, again, it is provided to us by Flutter team, but it is used for iOS-related widget system. Anyway, now that we have used a lot of information about how to do like Flutter, how it works, and so on and so forth, it is really a lot of information to sink in. So you just need to give yourself some time. What you need to understand is you need to keep in mind that Flutter didn't happen in one day. Flutter had a huge timeline that actually took some time to get what we want, to get what we had today. And what do I mean by this? Flutter actually created as a simple, Flutter actually started as a simple project called Sky. And its main point was simply, it is actually using the Sky itself as like foundation and create one simple Android application. And creator of Flutter actually used this as an example, like back in the days, to show the possibilities. Then they started to get heavily invested, and they needed to change the name because, you know, Sky is a really, really famous name. There are TV channels and everything. So they were looking for some new names, and there were a lot of names for from the Google's legal team, because there were a lot of companies that Google acquired, but they don't use the same name anymore. So they saw Flutter and they said, okay, this is nice, let's use this one. So at March 9th, 2018, at Mobile Web Congress in Barcelona, they announced Flutter Beta. It was already really exciting because people didn't know what to expect and what to do with this, because this was, again, a cross-platform approach. People had questions, and they were right about asking questions, because there were some really good examples, but really bad examples as well of cross-platform frameworks. And along the way, they answered these questions, they addressed the problems in the framework, and the December 4th, 2018, Flutter 1.0 is announced at a conference in London. It was an amazing event. There were a lot of developers from all around the world, and then the real journey started. Right now, Flutter has more than 120,000 stars on GitHub. It is one of the biggest and most growing technologies over open source communities, and it is really, really an exciting opportunity to be part of. And lately, they had made an event called March 3rd, 2021 to actually prove this one. First, they announced Flutter 2.0, and second, we will be actually seeing what were the most exciting things. First, I will be talking about non-technical highlights from the event. Then I will be telling you about technical highlights. The first and most, I think, like for me, most important point is inside Google, Flutter is getting used by 30 different teams. Like one of the ones that we already know for a while, like Google AdMob, Google One, Stadia, Google Ads. But in addition to this, Nest Hub, Google Pay, Google Shopping, Google Analytics, Blogger, all of these started to use Flutter as well. Besides these outside technologies, also inside Flutter uses, Flutter is getting used by Google in different teams that we can't tell or know about right now. For me, there are three major highlights besides the Google one. First of all, the Toyota update was something really amazing. Toyota decided to use Flutter for their entertainment system within their cars. So this means that when you have a car in a couple of years or already, the entertainment system, the view that you will be seeing, is going to be built by Flutter. And the most important point here is they didn't pick Flutter because it is cross-platform. They actually picked it because it has all of these advantages that I told you earlier about Skia, Dart, and being native, because they are going to be using this for embedded systems. Second point is it's about Ubuntu. If you're a developer or if you started to develop apps, I'm sure you have heard something called Linux distributions, which is an open source operating system. And people use this operating system to create their own distributions. And one of the most famous ones is something called Ubuntu. It's created by a company called Canonical. And the Canonical decided to use Flutter for the desktop installer part. So when you decide to, for example, try out Ubuntu on your Windows machine or macOS, or simply when you want to install it, the installer that you're going to be using is created by Flutter. And lastly, this was really interesting. Microsoft decided to treat Flutter as a first-class citizen, especially for their Surface Duo 2. They gave them early access. They have a lot of material about how we can use Flutter for Surface Duo 2. Surface Duo 2 is, by the way, a simple foldable tablet that is going to be released, I think, around November 2021. But you can try out development applications with Flutter for this, because they had created a special emulator for Flutter applications only. And when you think about simply numbers, first Flutter 2.0 release, then Dart 2.12 is released. We will see the details in 1 or 2 slides. And they announced 6 different platforms: Android, iOS, macOS, Linux, Windows, and web. And one thing that people really ask a lot, they decided and they closed around more than 6,000 issues on GitHub. So what do I mean by closed issues? Flutter is an open source project, and being an open source project, people will report their issues or actually create either really valuable or really simply saying, okay, my app doesn't work, fix it, sort of issues. So the numbers can be deceiving, but at the same time, it shows that they went through all of these with their prior system. And I think this is a really important point to give yourself a breath and seeing that Flutter is actually a really alive platform. So the technical part, Flutter for Web is now unstable. This means that it has all the necessary features that actually was required to reach the stable, and it is working as expected. So there is nothing to be scared about for Flutter for Web. With Flutter 2, macOS, Windows, and Linux. So the desktop support also landed in stable, but with under early release flag. This means that web will be coming out of the box when you create projects, but for macOS, Windows, and Linux support, you need to enable these platforms manually by using some flags from Flutter, by configurations. But are they really ready? This is an honest feedback. Flutter for Web is okay, it is working. For example, let me show you one thing. New window. For example, we had one Flutter conference like a month ago, and we decided to do our website with Flutter for Web. And you can see that it has like all the website thingies and all the access if you need it or not. And this is built by Flutter. What is missing is the SEO support. So if your website is a complicated website and needs heavy SEO support, Flutter is not your choice for web. But if you have a PWA, or if you have a single page application, Flutter is actually something nice that you can use. And it generates HTML and CSS and whatever you need according to what you have or how you want to render it. So once you have this information, you can play around with it to add your native needs inside that generated files as well. But obviously, this means that to my extent, in my opinion, it is not 100% ready for stable approach. So it is there for single page applications. So this is an honest opinion. For the desktop, we are using desktop a lot. In my daily life, we are always building our application with desktop. For desktop, especially on macOS. A lot of things are working, a lot of things in the right place. But again, it is missing some special points like release part. I needed to write releases and so on and so forth manually. So I think it was a bit early for desktop to land to stable, but still, I think it is stable enough that you can create applications. From the Dart point of view, now we have null safety. So if you are coming from languages like Kotlin that are null safe, you would be falling to the void because of the null safety. But good thing is with Dart 2.12, you have null safety as part of the language from the stable perspective. In addition to this, Dart FFI has been landed to the Dart 2.12. What this means is Dart has a new tool called FFI, and FFI is basically your interoperation tool that you can use to communicate with lower level APIs like C and C++. So if you have, for example, a sound test engine that is written heavily with C and C++, you can actually use Dart to communicate with that directly instead of having in-between elements making your communication for you. Also, if you started to learn Flutter or Dart, Dartpad is one of the tools that you will be using the most. And Dartpad is actually rewritten with Flutter as well. So everything that you will be seeing on the screen, let's go again. It is written with Flutter, like everything here. So that's why inside this Flutter application, you can run another Flutter application, which is a great opportunity for all of us to showcase whatever we have on the screen. So this is also really great as well. So in another update, I was talking about packages before. You might have questions about if there's enough packages. And as of 3rd of March, there are more than 15,000 packages for Dart and Flutter. So whatever you will be needing, I am relatively sure that you will have a package to actually use it for. Now, enough talking. Let's do some coding, create a project, and I will explain what is the project structure on Flutter and how it actually works. So, let me pull this thing in. For installing Flutter, I'm not going to be showing you how you can install it, but I will tell you 1 or 2 tricks that are really important. First trick is you need to pick the platform that you're using, okay? You can have Chrome OS, which is actually something that is harder to find, but you can have any Linux distribution, macOS or Windows. When you create the platform that you're part of, you can actually see some instructions. One thing to keep in mind is please do not download this one. Please go to GitHub, okay? Go to the Flutter and please clone the project from here. The reason is if you download it directly, it will not give you Git references. And Git references is something really important to have inside Flutter because you don't always go and work in one specific version or latest version all the time. Sometimes you need to check out other branches. Sometimes you need to pull in the latest changes, even if when they are not there, or simply you might want to fix something in Flutter and actually create a pull request about it. So always try to check out from Git. And the second point is always add Flutter to your path. Adding Flutter to your path means that when you write Flutter to your terminal or like command line, whatever you have, it will actually give you a lot of access to different tools that you can use. And one of the most important one is Flutter Doctor. This Flutter Doctor will give you a chance to understand if everything is all right, or if something is broken, you can have an action on it. So for example, it tells me that Android Studio doesn't have a Flutter plugin and I can install it and so on and so forth, but I don't want to. I use Android Studio for Android stuff and I use IntelliJ for Flutter stuff. One thing to keep in mind, or one thing that is really important here is this information that we have here. It says Flutter channel stable 2.0.6. It says my version is 2.0.6 and it is in stable channel. But what do I mean by stable channel? So let's write Flutter channel here. Or actually, let me start a new one and say Flutter channel here so it is easier to read. You can see that it shows me 4 different channels: master, dev, beta, and stable. So what do they mean by master, dev, beta, and stable? Flutter is working with 4 different flows. So as it is an open source project, it is always active. So it is always getting new either features or bug fixes inside the SDK. So they need to have a way to version themselves from the differences. One difference here is, and I think it's really important, that when something lands, it shouldn't directly go to the stable because there might be breaking changes that actually can break the flow of people. So that is why there's a channel called master. Every change that is there is going to the master directive and they are merged inside the main branch. And the second point is the dev. The dev channel means that everything inside the master will go to dev after they are tested and proven that they are working okay. And beta is for the next release, all the features are ready, so they are part of the beta, but there might be still bug fixes to have. So that is why they are putting something to the beta. And stable channel means that it is the most stable one because every test and every bug fix has already happened along the way. So master gets updated with every commit, every merge. Dev gets updated every week or so. Beta is getting updated every month. And stable more or less getting updates every 3 months or so, if there's any hot fixes or so on. For Flutter, you can use different IDEs because as you see in the Flutter doctor, it was showing me Android Studio situation, IntelliJ situation, and VS Code situation. This means that I can actually use these 3 IDEs to create and write Flutter code. And today we will be using IntelliJ IDEA because I have Android development background, so I was feeling more comfortable with Android Studio layouting, and IntelliJ is basically more lightweight version of Android Studio, you might say. So for creating Flutter applications, you might do different stuff. You can either use the command line to create your application, or you can use the IDE to help you out for creating actually new applications. Because once you install everything to your system, it will give you a chance to create applications for you easily. So in IntelliJ, you need to click on New Project, and after that, you need to pick Flutter because we are going to be creating a Flutter application, not Dart applications. And inside the Flutter, you need to define a name for the project. I will say Medipol Summit. And one thing to keep in mind about project is they can't have, and they shouldn't have, dashes or empty lines between the name of the project. You can rename everything according to what you need and how you need it. And you can put a description about your project. You can just say Medipol okay, it is creating a project already by misclick, but it's okay. I will just create another one because I want to show you a couple of things as well. Let's close this one. By the way, I'm using light theme, so people might have problems with that, but honestly, I'm not a hacker, so light theme makes more sense to me. So let's wait a couple of seconds until it, exactly. So I'm saying again, new project. After new project, I'm saying on coding. This is the description part. You can write like Medipol coding app. The organization means that you need to have it, like if you're, again, coming from Android or iOS, the bundle IDs, or basically the application ID, is generated by the organization names of yours. And it is really important because each app needs to have a specific name and bundle while you are deploying these things to Google Play Store or Apple App Store. So for that, I will just say solid.dev. I will say, okay, for solid.dev.medipol coding, there won't be any applications. For the native platforms, you can pick any language, Java, Objective-C, or Kotlin Swift, and you can pick which platforms that you're supporting from the next one. You can also do all of these by the command line as well, but there's no point of reinventing the wheel. And lastly, you will just say finish. Now it will be creating an application. And along the way, it will be just generating all the necessary files for you, getting these files working for you, and actually putting these into work. So now it is ready. It has created one big project for us. I will be making this part bigger, but for this part, unfortunately, I don't know how to make this bigger. Let me try to do this. Resize the video. Anyway, so this is the Flutter's project structure when you create it for the first time. Under the name of the project, you will have Android, iOS, lib, macOS, test, and web folders that are really important. In addition to this, you will have a pubspec.yaml file. Let's go first. As you might remember, we said that Flutter is asking for something, asking for only a canvas from the platform that it belongs to. That means that we are asking for something, it needs to come to us. But at the same time, I said, you can write native code if you need to. And for that purpose, you need to have a reference to the platform itself, right? So for Android, you have an Android reference, which has an Android project structure. For iOS, you have an iOS structured project. Same goes to macOS and web. So web is generating files that is actually going to look like a web application, and same goes to macOS as well. Let's run. I mean, I'm sure you are not really excited to see the mobile part, but let's run it on desktop. I just created the project and click on run. It will do the running for me, but at the same time, I want to explain something to you. Let's wait for this to open the DevTools. Perfect. So I want to show you a file called pubspec.yaml file. Pubspec.yaml file is a special file that is used in all Dart applications, not only for Flutter, but also if you are going to write some Dart application for CLI or for web with Angular Dart, basically for anything, you need to have pubspec.yaml file as well. It keeps the information about the version of your application, the environments, about the SDKs that it supports, and the dependencies. There are two types of dependencies. One of them is dependencies for the app, and the other one is dependencies for the dev. That means that app dependencies will be part of your bundle, but dev dependencies will not be the part of your bundle. They will be actually part of the project, but it will save some space for you. So one tip, do not put everything to the dev dependencies. Just try to eliminate the dependencies that doesn't belong here. What can be something that doesn't belong here? For example, code generation tools. You can generate codes here, but it doesn't make any sense to bundle it inside your APK or so. Anyway, what we are going to do here is we might define assets that are going to be added to our project, but also the libraries that we are going to be using. So we will go back to the library topic in a few minutes. First, let's see. The project works fine. It is somehow acting like a responsive UI, and it is working fine. Let's try to run this on web as well. I'm not going to do anything. I will just stop macOS. I'm just running it on web. It is just communicating with the web right now, and after it finishes its own communication, it will run it directly, quickly. So let's wait a couple of seconds. In the meantime, it will be actually running everything as I need it. Okay, so this is also ready. As you see here, it created a web application with the same code base behaving as expected, or as it is. So you can see that inside lib, we have a lot of code, and we will be learning about them soon. So first, let me stop this. In the meantime, the macOS should run again, because I think macOS, for me, macOS is my favorite. So first point is, every Dart application starts with a function called the main, everything. So again, it doesn't matter what you do, if it's a CLI tool, if it's a web application, if it's a backend application, or if it's a Flutter application. So everything needs to start with a main function. Main function can have some arguments inside it, but in general, we don't need it because at the moment, we are just running the application for the sake of running the Flutter part. But how do we run the Flutter part, you might ask? And it comes from run app function. This is a special function coming from the Flutter ecosystem. And it basically accepts something called widget. But what are widgets? Like, what do I mean by widget that I need to provide here? And simply a widget is your building blocks that you use to show something on the screen on Flutter. It can be anything, like everything from this button, this tooltip, this text, or the whole application itself is a widget. So this brings the most famous saying of Flutter, that is, everything is a widget. As you learn more, you will see that there are a lot of things in Flutter, but for the sake of simplicity, for learning, you can think everything is a widget that you see on the screen. So we are providing here something called my app. My app is, as you see, is a class that is extending from something called stateless widget. Stateless widget is actually a widget type that is used within Flutter. Because in Flutter, there are multiple widget types, but mainly two widget types that you need to keep in mind, especially if you're a beginner. One of them is a stateless widget. The other one is something called stateful widget. For the sake of being performant, the Flutter widgets are architected as immutable. They should not change. That means that everything that you see in the screen is there for good. But obviously, we would like to change some things on the screen, right? That is why they came up with this strategy. They said there is going to be something called stateless widget. Yeah, it is going to be mutable. It will just have one state and it will show that, and that's it. But there will be something called stateful widget. And stateful widget itself is going to be immutable object, but inside it will keep a special object called state. The state is something that you see on the screen from a tiny information up until the whole application formation. It can be the name of this, the value of this number here, and it increases as I click, or in a complicated application, it can be using information that should be available throughout the application. So it can be literally anything that you need. So let me do something really briefly. Okay, I had a microphone problem. So now that we know what state is, it can be information in any case or anything that we need. Now we need to think about how I can create information, how I can actually show something on the screen. There are a lot of things that we see here, but we need to keep in mind we will be writing our own application in our specifications. So what we need to keep in mind is we need to open up the application from the widget opening point of view. You can start a widget or application with anything, but what we suggest is using one of the following: Material app, Cupertino app, this is Cupertino app, or widget app. As a beginner, I would suggest you stick with Material app because Material app does a lot of things for you for free, and that is why it is really useful. Or if you're iOS oriented, you can use Cupertino app, but Widgets app is more in the complicated method that you actually define everything for your application. So that is why inside my app, we have Material app, because Material app is something that we can use for showing some nice stuff. Inside Material app, we can have a lot of information. We can have theming information for dark and light theme. We can have colors. We can have routing information for example, web or even for mobile. we can get rid of, or we can show a lot of things, and simply we can define how our app is going to look like what is going to be its language, what languages do we support, and what are the default languages, and so on and so forth. The simplest change that we can do is we can get rid of this debug banner here. You can use this debug show checked mode banner thingy. It is in default true. I'm just saying Control S, and it says reloaded. And as you see, the debug is gone. This is the thing that I call hot reload. Let me actually demonstrate it even better for you. So I will put this here, and I will put that here. Let me close this. So hot reload is a revolutionary thing that is actually communicating all the time with Dart's virtual machine. And when you change something, it directly automatically sends it to there. And after it is sent, once you make the change and rerun it, it just says, okay, now publish it. So in the publishing part, you can see that it is really fast. Cool. Now you saw the hot reload as well, and you can see that we have changed something simple in the team data. What you need to keep in mind here is in the material app, you need to either have a home widget that is going to be shown on the screen, or you need to have an initial route that should direct your user or direct your app to the home page or main page to be shown on the screen. For the sake of simplicity, let's keep the home. And it is actually a simple my home page that is a stateful widget. Now, let's go back to the topic of stateful widget, because we talked about stateless. We saw that it doesn't change anything. It just shows the information that we need. But what about stateful widget? So stateful widget itself is something really, really important and valuable. Because, as I said, behind the scenes, it is not changing anything. By the way, I need to open the window. It's getting really warm here. It doesn't change anything behind the scenes for the widget, but inside, it asks you to create something called a state. A state is an object that is created, again, as a custom class, but it needs to have a reference to its own stateful widget. So behind the scenes, it can communicate and bring back any necessary state information to us. So inside our state class, what we need to do is we need to create our UIs inside the state class, not like the stateless widget. As you see, inside the stateless widget, we are creating our widget inside the build function inside the stateless widget. Material app is simply a stateful widget, by the way. As you see, everything is a widget. But inside the stateful widget, we do not create our widgets inside the build function. So we are creating it inside the state class. This way, when you change something inside the state itself will be updated, and it will be updating your views. So what do I mean by this? We will just create, we will just simply create, just a second. We will just create all of our information here. There is something called scaffold. Scaffold is actually the scaffold of your application. So basically it splits your view into logical parts according to material design. So it knows that app bar should be here, floating action button should be here. There's something called body, and it will take the rest of the space. And inside the body, we have center, column, and it is showing us the necessary information. One thing to keep in mind is this counter here is updating itself. Now we will talk about how it is updating, then I will slowly wrap it up. When you click on floating action button, it is creating or calling this function called increment counter. So it just adds one more value to the counter. Set state is a special function. It is bound to the binding mechanism to Flutter. So when you call it, it will run the anonymous function inside it first, and it will do whatever it's supposed to do. And it will tell the framework that, okay, now it is time for you to restart yourself, recreate yourself. And Flutter will understand and it will recreate its all build function, its all widget here. But you might be asking, is it performant though, like recreating everything? For Flutter, it is, because it will check in the same widget tree level if everything that is there is, if everything is the same type, it will use the heavyweight objects again, and it will just update the value automatically by itself. So if you have more or less, if you can save some time or save some widgets, the change will only happen around here, or even this widget will not. The widget part will be thrown out, but the heavy work is happening by two other classes called render objected elements, and they will be used again. So Flutter had done already all the possible performance enhancements for you. So this is more or less it about the Flutter's project structure and how it is updating the UI. Now I will go back to my slides. And there we go. Now I will show you a couple of resources to learn Flutter. First of all, learning Flutter, you can use Flutter's official YouTube channel. They have really great content. They are teaching and they're showing you some nice deep dive videos, but also there's something called Boring Show that they create a Flutter application. The Flutter engineers create Flutter application, but they just simply do it live coding, so you can see their mistakes and everything. Flutter's official Medium page is really important because you can see the news and you can see the updates, and also you can see really nice examples. And Flutter is an open source project. Please read the code. Please read the documentation that is actually generated by the code. So Flutter's official documentation is your friend. This is how you will learn how deep dive information will work. And in addition to this, Flutter community is great. It's a big community with like a lot of people from all around the world. So you can check out Flutter community's YouTube channel and Medium page. Medium page has writers from all over the world, and you can see a lot of nice information about almost any topic. And there is a Slack channel for Flutter community as well, and there is also Discord. And if you want to buy a course or so, I would recommend Angela Yu's Flutter course. It's on Udemy, and it is a really, really nice course. It gets updated all the time, and it is created with cooperation with Flutter team. And yeah, that's all, folks. Thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, please shoot now, or you can reach out to me over Twitter with this handle, Salih Guler. That's all.
Thank you for joining us. It was an informative session about Flutter. If you want, let's move on the question session.
Yeah.
Thank you, Salih. Before moving on to the audience questions, Salih, I have two questions. My first question is, according to native language in Flutter, there are difficulties in managing plugins. Do you think Flutter will be able to handle this situation?
Yeah, actually, it's a really great question. So what we're trying to do as Flutter community is we're trying to take over some, let's say, dead plugins to the Flutter community GitHub page. So we are, as community, trying to handle it. But it's like the NPM situation. We can't salvage all of them. So if they are dead, or if they are blocked, or if they are blocker for you, what you need to do, what you can do is first either communicate with the owner and let them know. Secondly, you can create your own fork and you can use it in your project, or you can talk to the community members and try to actually have a better contact with them. But besides this, this strategy will stay as it is. We are discussing behind the scenes with the Flutter team itself, but the packages are a lot. Like, as I said, more than 15,000, and there is no really good strategy that can harm either the authors or the users. So we can't find any way right now.
Okay, thank you, Salih. My other question is, there are various approaches to state management in Flutter. For example, Mobix, Getix, Block. What do you think are different from each other, and which one do you prefer in your applications?
Yeah, if you met me once, you know that I'm a huge blog fan. And but from my point of view, it depends on how you. I have to say, it depends on how you want to process the data, right? For example, you can come from a web background. You might work with Redux, and Redux is already available for you in Flutter, so it is the perfect choice for you. If you're coming from, for example, a reactive platform, or if you're coming from Android and you're an RxJava fan, you can create your own blog system, because Flutter and Dart are reactive platforms, and actually use it. And all besides this, you can also think about how each platform that makes certain decisions. What are the pitfalls? What are the positive and negative parts? So I don't. At the end, they are doing the same thing, but only difference is how they handle the situation. From my point of view, my favorite is Block, but in my current project, we are using Redux right now. Redux is also beautiful. It has extra boilerplate, but it is highly testable. For me, when I make decisions, it is important that it should be testable and doesn't have a lot of dependency to the platform, because one day I might include some other platform inside my application, and I would like to do it without having Flutter reference inside it.
Okay, thank you so much.
We have a question from audience. Can we change Flutter Android package name even if we edit Firebase package name?
Yeah, we can, because you can also update the Flutter. You can also update the Firebase package name and get a new Google Services.json file. So you can do it.
The other is, can you please talk briefly about Flutter flavors?
Of course, that's also another really nice topic. So first of all, Flutter flavors are basically your different versions of your application. So when you work on something, you don't want to use the client version and your version to be the same. And the reason is you might be changing something that you don't want client to be changed. So you just need to have another reference to it. And for Flutter's flavors, you can actually do it in several ways. The first way is there are tools like libraries like Flutter Flavor or very good CLI that is actually helping you to create different flavors for staging, beta, and let's say stable. And there are approaches like you can actually create your own flavors by simply using the native approach. So you can go to Android's build Gradle file and you can add another build type, and you can go to iOS and you can have another iOS schema to have flavors. So everything that you think about or want is possible with Flutter. And I think it's really important to have flavors for the sake of healthy app environment. And yeah, you can do it easily in Flutter. That's all.
Do you have your own application? And if you have, can you tell a little bit about them?
Yeah, with Flutter, I think I developed like 14 or 15 applications. I've been a Flutter developer since, I think, right now, more than 3 years, almost 4 years actually, because we were an early access program partner for Flutter. And yeah, along the way, for example, I developed a meditation application that helps people to have their mindfulness. And I had worked on like football applications. I had worked on I have worked on one of the biggest retailers for notebooks in Germany, notebooksbilliger.de. And this is also written in Flutter. It's not only the app on the App Store, but also the kiosk app is written in Flutter as well. And besides this, I had a couple of regular e-commerce applications, I think they are called. And recently, right now, I'm working on Superlist. Superlist is a productivity tool. Basically, it is going to be changing how you're handling your project management, but at the same time, personal task management. But I can't tell much about it right now because it's still in progress, but stay tuned.
Coming from a Java background, how much time would it take to get used to Flutter?
It is highly low. Like I'm teaching right now Java developers, Flutter, and I can see that they are picking up some things really quickly, because the language itself, that language itself, is using all the modern aspects of modern languages. So when you see something, you can say, oh, okay, this is something, this is, for example, interfaces from Java. Okay, this is the abstract classes and so on and so forth. So I think it is really easy for you to learn Flutter.
Do you see Flutter becoming more popular than React Native?
They are both really great platforms, and I don't see one more popular than the other.
The other question, would you recommend Flutter for web development rather than the classical HTML, CSS, JavaScript approach?
It depends on what you want. It depends on what you need. Again, Flutter itself is perfect for single-page applications and PWA, but for complex scenarios that you need a lot of information change and then SEO support, Flutter is not your choice. So you need to decide how complicated your app is, and you need to define the answer.
Other question from Emre. Do you have any server suggestion to be used in Flutter mobile application as an alternative to Firebase?
Right now, if you want to use out-of-the-box options, the alternative to Firebase is AWS Amplify. It's from Amazon, and it is also, Flutter is also a first-class citizen for them, so you can use them. It landed stable like a month ago or so. But besides that, you can write your own backend services. Like you can write it with, I don't know, anything like Node.js or even Dart, and deploy it. So in my point of view, in my opinion, I think having your own backend is more important than using a service, because services can get really expensive along the way. So you need to define on what is important and what do you want at the end of the application.
I guess questions are finished. Thanks again for joining. See you at future events.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm looking forward to being part of your next events, if you invite me.
See you.
Bye-bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
I want to remind you about certificates. We are sharing the form for the certificate right now. Do not forget that you have 15 minutes to fill out the form. We have 2 minutes break. We will continue after 2 minutes. Çok gerginim, çok.
Talha, your mic is off, by the way. Hello,
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Nelson Glover. Good to see you again. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
We are fine. Thank you very much. And as some of you know, we have performed an Android study jam session with the Nelson Glover at the 2020. And this event was published by the Android developers. And it was a great feeling. So again, thank you very much. And again, good to see you again. And we really would like to do these kind of Android sessions with you in the upcoming events.
Great. It was a great event. It's a great pleasure to be here again.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Nelson, please, could you introduce yourself if anyone doesn't know you?
Sure. My name is Nelson. I'm based in Brazil, and I'm an Android developer since 2009, I guess. So I have 12 years of experience working with Android. I'm senior Android developer at Nagaro, and I'm also part of the Google Developer Expert team. So I'm GDE since 2014.
Great, thank you. So what you are going to cover today?
Well, today I'll talk about Jetpack Compose. In my last presentation here, I was talking in the basics of Android.
Yes.
So today we are going to cover a new way to write UI in Android.
Great. It was came from Android 12, right? This is Jetpack Compose?
Not actually. The Jetpack Compose is a separate library, and
okay.
So you can use in any Android version. Yeah.
Okay, great. So okay, if you are ready, you can share your screen, and
sure.
we are gonna go to the backstage, and stage is completely yours.
Sure. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Good luck. Bye bye.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. For me, it's still good morning. But, well, my name is Nelson. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you again for inviting me. And it's a big pleasure to talk to you. Today, I'll talk about Jetpack Compose, a new way to implement UI on Android. This is my Twitter handle, but it's also my YouTube channel, my Medium, my GitHub. And it's also my slide share, where I'm going to post these slides just after this presentation, okay? I've been doing this presentation since 2019, when the Jetpack Compose was launched. And I'm trying to involve in this application, this presentation, as soon the Jetpack Compose comes to new versions. So, well, let's get started. Okay, back here. Well, Jetpack Compose is a modern declarative UI toolkit to simplify and accelerate native Android development with less code, powerful tools, and intuitive Kotlin APIs. This is the definition by the book. And during the presentation, I'll try to explain all these concepts here. What is a declarative UI? What is a declarative development? How to integrate this kind of UI in your Android application? How this powerful tools works, what is this Kotlin intuitive API. So this is what I will going to try to explain during this presentation. The first thing is, what's this declarative UI? Basically, in the current toolkit, the toolkit that we use in Android since 2008, we use an imperative UI. What is imperative UI? Basically, imperative UI, you fully define a UI entity, and then you update this entity using public methods and properties. This is what we have in Android view, for example. So you can have a text view, and you call set text to change that component. And this is what we do in an imperative UI. In a declarative UI, the UI and its state are defined together, and the framework has the responsibility to update this state. It was interesting, we have this Flutter presentation before, because it helped me to explain this concept. So basically, you have a state, and every time when you change this state, the UI is updated. And the responsible to do this update is the framework. For Flutter is the Flutter framework. For Android in Jetpack Compose is the Jetpack Compose responsible to do that. So this is the basic difference. When you are creating a declarative UI, you mapped how your UI will react in according to the state changes. I will explain how the state works. It's a little bit different of Flutter does, but I will talk about that later. Well, the main motivation behind the Jetpack Compose is that it's not easy to create a custom view in Android. If you have some experience with Android, we have to create a subclass of a view, and we have to implement a constructor, and we have to call on measure. And if you need some parameters to that view, you have to declare the attrs.xml file. And if you need a more complex parameter, you have to declare a setter. So it's not easy. You have to write a lot of boilerplate to do that. In Compose, this is very easy, and I will explain that. The current toolkit was created in 2008, as I mentioned before, but UIs nowadays are much more complex, and we can see a lot of initiatives to make the UI in Android more adaptive to these concepts nowadays. We can see, for example, the data binding, and we can see view model connecting to the UI. And this is a way to try to bring these concepts to the old UI toolkit. And this is why the Google is rewriting the UI toolkit for Android using Compose, putting the Compose as alternative to this current toolkit. And the declarative UI approach becomes very popular among mobile developers. Again, it was interesting to have this Flutter presentation before, because thanks to frameworks like React Native and Flutter, this approach becomes very popular. And also for iOS, using SwiftUI, which is following the same approach. I guess it's the new standard for mobile development. Well, the Jetpack Compose, we can see a new way of thinking in UI development. If you have some background with React Native or Flutter or SwiftUI, you probably will understand what I will talk right now. But what I'm saying is, when I do estimates in my application, in my Android application, we used to do something like, oh, how long I will take to develop this screen, and we estimate that screen. And again, when we need a new screen, we estimate that new screen. But I worked in a React Native project for 1.5 years, and it was interesting to see that we start do estimates based on components. So we look at a screen to develop, and we split this screen in components. So when I do this, I start to have better estimates, because I create this component, and when I see this component in another screen, I don't have to estimate that component. So that part is done, because this component is developed and estimated. So this is a new way of thinking, components over screens. You start thinking more about components, because it's easy now to create components. Jetpack Compose is compatible with your Android application, with existing Android applications, so you can adopt it progressively. So you can have an entire application developed in a traditional toolkit, and you can just have one component in Compose. So you can adopt Compose progressively, and I'll explain that later. The Jetpack Compose is currently in beta stage, so don't use it in production yet. We have Google I/O this month, in May 2021, and maybe we have some news regarding Compose, probably. But the previous estimates were that we are going to have a stable version of Compose by the end of this year. So fingers crossed to have this version stable this year. Well, get starting with Compose. The first thing you need to know if you want to use Compose right now and test and learn Compose is you need Android Studio Canary. You can't use Compose in a stable version right now. So you need to download the Canary version of Android Studio. If you are not aware of that, you can have both stable and Canary versions of Android Studio in your machine. That's perfectly fine. So for your stable projects, you can use the stable version. And for Compose, if you want to learn Compose, you use the Android Studio Canary. Okay. My first concern regarding Compose when I saw the very first time, it was I'm very familiar with the XML files because I have the layout editor. I can see the UI before I run the application. And in React Native, for example, we have this hot hello as we saw in the previous presentation in Flutter as well. But in React Native, I have to run my code again to see the result of my UI. And this was a big concern to me. And we don't have this problem in Android Studio because we have this Compose preview. We can see our component before we run the application. Okay, so basically, we can use this the Android Studio to see that. And also, we can have this iterative mode where I can interact with my component inside of the Android Studio without to run my application. This is very cool. Also, I can run just that component. This is very interesting because imagine that you are creating a component which is using a long flow of screens, and you are developing just the last component of the last screen in the flow. I don't have to go through all these steps to see if my component is working. I can run just my component, and this is very interesting. The only thing that you need to do is create this function with this preview annotation. I will explain this composable function, this material theme, all this stuff later. But you can just add this annotation, and you can see your component in your inside of Android Studio. This is very cool. Also, you can have a lot of previews. So imagine that your component has several variations. For example, this example you are seeing here, I can have a card with Twitter and Facebook and different social networks. I can create a preview for each one of these kind of cards. So this is very powerful in Compose development. Okay, so what changed regarding the traditional toolkit? So in your activity, instead of using set content view, if you are familiar with Android development, so instead of using set content view, you will call just set content. And this set content, you pass my app theme, which is the theme of your application, usually based on material theme. And we have this surface, which is a concept from material design. So I'm defining a surface here to display my content. And here I'm calling this greeting function and passing Android as parameter. And this greeting function is my composable function. So all my components, what I need to create a component in Jetpack Compose is just create a function. So this function is called greeting, receives a string as parameter, and I'm displaying in a text. A text is like a text view in the traditional toolkit. And I'm displaying hello and doing the interpolation to display the name. So 2 lines of code, and you have a component in Compose. Okay. And if you run your application, you get that, hello Android. But if you are familiar with Android development, it's not a good practice to have a hard-coded strings in your code. So you can replace this string by a string resource, a string located in the values folder, has values folder. Okay, so simple like that. You have a component with 2 lines of code. Regarding the material theme that I mentioned in the previous slides, basically the material theme defines the application theme and its respective colors, fonts, shapes, and so on. Often is the root element of the screen, but you can nested themes, it's perfectly fine. So if you have a theme and in a different screen, you have a different set of colors, that's fine. You can define another theme and wrap your screen with a different theme. That's perfectly fine. So this is the code from the previous slide. But this my app theme is created by default when you create a new project in Android Studio. And this my app theme receives as parameter this Dart theme parameter, which by default receives this value is system in Dart theme. This function comes from the Jetpack Compose library, and check if the system is using Dart theme or not. And if it's in Dart theme, I use the dark color palette. Otherwise, I use light color palette. Okay. And here I'm calling the material theme with all these parameters. And remember that I mentioned in the beginning of this presentation, we are going to use cool Kotlin features. This is one very cool feature, which is pass functions as parameters. It's not very common, I guess, but I think nowadays it's common. But you pass functions as parameter is an interesting function feature of Kotlin. So here we have dark color theme, dark color palette, and light color palette, just to define the colors for the dark theme and light theme. Okay, the next topic is modifiers. Modifiers, I guess you see modifiers in every piece of Jetpack Compose code because it's everywhere. Because modifiers decorate an element, provide layout parameters. So imagine that width, height, padding, everything is set by modifiers. Assign behavior like click. So every element which is clickable uses a modifier. And they are chained and the order is significant. Let me try to explain this concept here. I make sure to put this example here because this is one thing that I don't like in the current UI toolkit. If I need to define a shape for a component, I have to create an XML file in drawable folder and refer this shape in my code. So this is very boring. And in Compose, you just have to define a cut corner shape, for example. And here I'm cutting the top start and the bottom end with this 16 dp. And I'm defining the text style here, the color white, the font weight bold, and the text align center. As you can see, the syntax is very clear. I really enjoy to
I guess there is a problem with Nelson's connection. I'm taking a 2 minutes break and then maybe Nelson can fix the problem. Nelson, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. We are ready to go.
Yeah, do you know what part I was lost?
I don't know. But new. Last 1 minute, I guess.
Sorry?
Last 1 minute, I guess.
5 minutes?
No, one.
1 minute.
Two.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
maybe you can go back to 2 minutes.
Okay.
Ago.
Okay. I'm not sure if I talk about modifiers. If you heard that. Yeah, I'm not with the YouTube channel open here, so I'm not sure if is the correct part.
Let me check.
Yeah.
Text style. You are mentioning the text style.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Let me back on track here.
Okay.
So, okay, good. Let me share my screen again. Share screen. And here.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Go back to the slides. Well, so this is one thing that I really make sure to put this slide. This is regarding the shape. I have to define a shape in my XML file if I need to set up a shape for my component in the traditional toolkit. Here, I just have to define this cut corner shape, and then this text style with a white color, font bold, text align center, and that's fine. This is a very clear syntax for compose. And here we have the modifier. This is the interesting part here. I'm using this fill max width, which is very similar to the match parent in the layout width in the traditional toolkit. And here we have a padding. And in Compose, a padding is, you can think in padding like spacing. So different of the current toolkit where we have margin and padding, here we just have padding, so which is space. So here I'm giving some space between the border, this black border that you think as a device border. And then I'm adding a border, 2 dips border with this green border. Then I'm adding another padding. So this is the second padding. Then I'm defining a background. And then I'm defining this clickable modifier. Why I'm defining this clickable here? Because if I define the clickable as the first modifier, this entire block, this entire square will be clickable. And I just want that this blue background to be clickable. So I'm defining after the background. So this is what I meant when I told that this is the order matters here. So first I'm adding the first padding, then I'm adding a border, then I'm adding another padding, setting the background, and set the clickable modifier. And finally, I add this another padding here just to give some space between the green border and the text itself. So this is, and you are going to see modifiers a lot in Compose because it's the main thing to position and define parameters and behavior in your component. And also, if you want to change the shape, you just have to change the shape variable here to rounded corner shape or even circle shape to change the shape of the component. Okay, in terms of layout, Compose provides 4 basic layouts. We have column and row, which is very similar to linear layout, vertical and horizontal. We have box, which is similar to the frame layout, and constraint layout. Let's see one example of these 3 first layouts. Well, here I'm defining a box, and this box is occupying the entire width because I'm using fill max width. And inside of this box, the last element is this text. This is stack text. And I'm aligning this component to the top end, and I'm adding some padding here. This is the last component because it follows the same Z order that we have in frame layout. So the last component, it will be more closer to the user. Okay. And here I have a column, again, fill max width, and I'm adding a padding here. And the last element of my column is a row where I have these 2 texts as well. and I'm using this horizontal arrangement to put these components spaced evenly between each other. So this is the three, a very simple example of these three layouts. In terms of constraint layout, if you are familiar with Android, we position the components based on the parent, but also related to another components. And to do this positioning, we have to use the ID of the components. But in Compose, we don't have IDs. So how can we position the components related to each other? Well, the first thing we need to do is create halves. Well, I'm defining a constraint layout, fill max size. Fill max size is the same of use fill max width and fill max height. So it put both together. So you can use fill max size. And inside of my constraint layout, I'm creating these halves. So I'm creating text 1 half, which is this user registration. Edit 1 half, which is my text field, my input text. And the two buttons, btn1, btn2, okay? Well, the first component, I put some red arrows in the slides so it's better to understand what I'm saying. And I'm using this constraint as text 1 half. So this text, it will be referred as text 1 half. It's like creating an ID for this component. So I'm using top linked to parent top. So this component is aligned to the parent top. And it is centered horizontally to the parent. So this is the first component. The text field is constrained as dt1 half. And the start is linked to the parent start. The end is linked to parent end. And the top is linked to text 1 half. So I'm connecting this component to my previous component using this reference, okay? The button is, again, constrained as btn1 half. The end is linked to edit 1 half end, and the top is linked to edit 1 half bottom, okay? And finally, we have this text button, which is referred to btn2 half, and the end is linked to btn1 half start. And the interesting part here is, once this is a text button, it doesn't have the border. So I'm using the baseline to align the components based on the text, okay? More components. I mentioned the button before, so we have a button and the outline button and the text button. But what I would like to illustrate here is that the text, the button text, is not a string. It's another composable. So why I'm showing this? So just imagine if you are an Android developer and you are watching this presentation. What do you have to do if you need a loading button? And when you click in a button, you have to display that progress indicator. What do you have to do? Well, basically, you have to put a frame layout and put a button and put a circular progress indicator. When you click in a button, you have to hide the text and show the loading. So boilerplate, again, boilerplate. In Compose, this is very easy. You just need to do this. You define your button, and if it's loading, I will display a circular progress indicator. Otherwise, it will display the text. And you can ask me, and where this is loading come from? Again, this is a declarative UI. You are declaring your component and also the state, how this UI will react in according to the state. So this is loading is a state, which I will explain later, but just have in your mind that is a state. And when I update this is loading, the Jetpack Compose itself will update this component, okay? Well, to load images, it's very easy. You just need to declare an image, use this painter resource, and refer your drawable directly from your resource folder. The same for vector drawable. You can refer an icon. And here I'm using this color filter just to change the color of the icon. Okay. What about load images from web? How can I do that? Well, Google provides a very interesting library called a components library, which provides some utils functions and functionalities for Jetpack Compose. For example, you can have access to window insets, like to get the status bar padding, the bottom navigation padding, all this stuff. System UI, you are able to change the status and navigation bar colors. If you have an existing Android app, you can use this app compat theme adapter to convert your current theme, your current application theme, to a material theme in Jetpack Compose. Okay, so this is a portability stuff. We have View Pager that you slide to swipe left and right to display the content. We have Flexbox layout. I mentioned column, row, box, and constraint layout. This library provides the Flexbox layout. If you are not familiar, this Flexbox layout is the one that if you don't have enough space in the horizontal axis, the content will break to another line. It's a very special case. We have swipe to refresh when you pull a list or a scrollable content and you want to refresh the content. And finally, image loading. This is why bring us to this slide. So you can load images using Glide or Coil. If you are not familiar with Coil, it's a library for Android, traditional Android, Coil image loading. And we have this option for Compose as well. And here, to use to load the image from web, we can use Remember Coil Painter if you want to use Coil, or Remember Glide Painter to load this image using Glide. Okay. Okay. I mentioned this column before. If you don't have enough space in a vertical axis, you can use this vertical scroll modifier to enable scroll in your column. Okay, and again, this is very interesting. The declarative UI. You can do a for inside of a column and create 200 texts just doing this. So imagine what you have to do to achieve the same result in a traditional Android. You have to create a linear layout, create a view, and add a view, and here is much more simple. You can do the same for row. You have a horizontal row, horizontal scroll, and that's fine. But imagine what we have to do to create lists in the current toolkit. Well, as I said before, I've been working with Android for the last 12 years, and this is a boring thing to do. You have to create a layout file for each item of the list. You have to create an adapter subclass, create a view holder, set the get view count, inflate the view, all this boilerplate. You have to declare your recycle view or list view in your screen XML file. You have to set up everything in your activity or fragment. You have to find view by ID to get the recycle view, instantiate the adapter, set adapter, all this stuff. And what about if you need to create a header or a footer? You have to create the same thing, another layout file, and you have to adjust your adapter. So I'm tired just to explain this. This is a very boring thing to do. So in Compose, this is what you have to do to create a list with a header. I have this composable function, which receives a list of users, and I use a lazy column. And this lazy column is occupying the entire screen. And I have this item function to declare a static item of my list. So I declare item, and here I have my header. And the items, I use this function items, passing the list of the object list. And inside of this lambda, we have this user. So each item is a user, and I just declare my text here. This is very easy. So my entire code of my list with a header is here. So a few lines of code, you can do this list. And if you need the index of the list, you can use items indexed, and it's fine. If you need a horizontal list, you can use lazy row, and it's the same parameter. Okay, so lazy row, you can use the same thing. In the previous presentation, we had introduced to scaffold. So if you are familiar with Flutter, you can also use a scaffold. Scaffold is basically a skeleton of your screen where you can define, for example, the top bar, the floating action button, the bottom bar, and the body of your screen. So you can use a scaffold to create this structure. Well, for the top bar, you can define a title, for example. The actions, these actions are a list of icon buttons. And these icon buttons could display a drop-down menu, for example. So it's a very declarative way to create that. I really like to display this, show this example, because imagine that you had to create some customizable icon in your top bar. This is very boring to do in a current toolkit. You have to define different drawables or create this drawable at runtime and get the instance of menu. Yeah, it's a lot of work to do. In Compose is very easy. Floating action button is just a regular button. It's nothing special here. The interesting part here, we have this bottom app bar, where each item of this bottom app bar is a bottom navigation item. And we have a interesting part of code here. We have the icon, the selected color, unselected color, the label and stuff. But the interesting part is here. This bottom navigation item will be selected if selected tab is equal to 0. And when I click on this bottom navigation item, I'm changing the select tab to 0. Again, I mentioned the declarative UI a few times here. And this is how the things work. I'm changing a state, and when Compose notice that this state changed, this UI is updated. So finally, we are going to talk about state. Finally. Well, you can think in a state is anything in your application, any value that change over time. So when you define a state, when you change this state, the Jetpack Compose will be notified about this change and will redraw the component. This redraw component we call recompose or recomposition in Jetpack Compose language per se. So the component is updated when the state changed. This is a very simple example of state in Jetpack Compose. You declare name state by, and remember, multiple state of is the syntax to declare a state. So here I'm declaring name state, and in my text field, when the value is the name state, and when I start typing in my component, this onValueChange function is called. And in this function, I update my state. Notice, we saw in the Flutter presentation, in Flutter, we need to call set state. Here, we don't have to do that. We just change the state, and the Jetpack Compose automatically update the UI. Okay, it's a slightly different, but it's interesting how this concept is happening in both toolkits like Flutter and Jetpack Compose. So imagine that you have a score screen. I'll explain that later. You have the team name and the score of that team. If I need to update the state, I have to create a new instance of score to this update happens. Okay. Instead, we can create this. You can create a class and declare the fields are as mutable state of. Okay. So imagine that we have this score class, and both parameters, both fields are states. And I have this screen here. We have these two themes here. When I click on the plus button, I increase the score. And when I click on the minus button, I decrease the score. And the reset button reset the score of both themes. Well, the first part of this UI is this component on the bottom right of the screen. I have this theme score, which receives a score as parameter. And I have a column to display the items vertically. And I have this text with the theme name. The button, where when I'm clicking on the button, I'm increasing the score. And the text to display the score itself, and a button to decrease the score. Notice that I'm adding some logic here to avoid a score less than 0. Okay. And here I have my entire screen. So the entire screen is here. The logic, everything is here. So I have this column. Inside of the column, I have a row with the first theme score, the component in the previous slide, where I'm passing the home score. And I have the theme score with the visitor score. And finally, the outline button to reset both scores. So it's very easy. So as you can see, the entire logic is here in the previous component. I'm increasing and decreasing the score here. Okay. I'm replacing the slide. Okay. Well, so this is the logic. When you change your state, your UI is updated. So how the compose works in your MVVM application. This is a very common architecture in Android development nowadays. And this is a very common question that people ask me. How can I use compose in my MVVM application? And if you did your view model correctly, just exposing data from your view model, observable data from your view model, and functions to update these states, this internal view model state, you are perfectly good to go with Jetpack Compose. You just need to replace the UI. Because as usual, we provide state in your view model using live data or flow, that's from coroutines, and observable from RxJava. For these three cases, we have functions. Jetpack Compose provides functions to convert this data to states. So if you use live data, you can use observe as a state. If you use flow, you can use collect as a state. And if you use observable, you can use subscribe as a state. So imagine this example here. We have this user screen, which I'm receiving a live data of list of user binding, which is a list of users. And I have two functions, one function to save the user and another function to delete the user. So here I'm using this list, observe as a state, is a live data, so observe as a state. And when this list changes, this UI list is updated on the bottom, okay? And I have this input panel, this top part here. And when I click on the save button, this function is called. And in the user list, when I click in this delete button, the onDelete function is called. Okay, so this is very simple. You just need to use your view model from your composable. Okay, and to call this screen, to call user screen, you just need to pass your view model information, viewModel.users, which is a live data, and the functions save user and delete user from your view model. That's fine. We can also pass the entire view model as parameter. That's okay. So you pass the view model and you access the live data directly and the functions directly. A third option is getting the view model, instantiate the view model directly in your composable. So you don't have any dependencies in your composable. So you just need to use this library, this dependency, and you can just call view model. And this view model will be instantiated in your composable. Okay? Great. In terms of interoperability, I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that you can use Compose in your existing application. How can we do that? You can call a composable function from your fragment. You just need to return a view, a composed view from your for your fragment, and call set content, and that's fine. In layout files, imagine that you have just an entire screen and you want to add just a single composable. You can do that. You can just declare your composed view and call find view by ID and .set content and call your composable. Again, very easy. Recently, I answered a question in Stack Overflow from a guy which asked, how can I call compose from my Java activity? As I mentioned at the beginning, compose is a Kotlin toolkit. So how can I call from Java code? Well, basically, you can create a subclass of abstract compose view, override the content function, and call your composable. And in your layout file, you can instantiate your compose view, my compose view in this example, and using your Java code. It's also easy to do. And what about the opposite? Imagine that you are using Compose, but you didn't find a component in Compose that you want to use. In this case, you can use Android View. Android View, you can instantiate any Android view from the current toolkit. So you just need to use this factory method and this factor function. And inside of this factory function, you can use the regular toolkit. You can inflate a layout. You can use find view by ID. You can use the listeners, anything that you want. In this case, I use calendar view because for now, at this moment, there's no calendar view in Compose. So I'm using an existing one view. So this is perfectly fine. You use a view in Compose. And if you need to update your view, you just use the update function. Jetpack Compose also supports Android view binding. You just need to enable view binding in your build.gradle, add this dependency, and use Android view binding, passing the inflate method from your generated binding class. Okay. I mentioned that you can use string resources from your composable, but you can also use dimension resources, color resources, and it's perfect fine. One thing that is a little bit tricky is that in the traditional toolkit, when you rotate the device, the components has saved its state across configuration changes. In Compose, you have to do that manually using this remember savable. This remember savable is like the remember multiple state off, but with this superpower. It keeps the state across configuration changes. If you rotate the device, the state will be kept across this configuration change. I guess this is my last topic. I'm talking a lot. Coroutines. Coroutines are a standard for threading in Android. When you want to do some work outside the main thread, you use coroutines. And to explain coroutines in Compose, we need to talk about these two effects. We have the launched effect, which is used when you want to launch some action when the composable is displayed at the first time. And a disposable effect is very similar to the launched effect, but you have this on dispose option where you can clean up some resources that you have allocated during this call. So you can use both depending on your needs. So here I have an example. I have this my composable function, and I have this welcome message. So at the beginning, this text will display this initial text. So I'm using this launch effect, and this launch effect will do a delay of 5 seconds. And after this delay, I'm updating the state. Notice I'm updating the state here. setting the value to S. And after 5 seconds, the text will display hello compose. Okay? But if you need to launch a composable function using an interaction state like a click, you have to call this remember coroutine scope. Remember coroutine scope will save the scope of the coroutine for this component, and you can call scope.launch, and inside of this launch, you can run your coroutine. Okay? Okay, so to finish my presentation, learn more. You can access the samples of Jetpack Compose and Google. It's hard to say that. Google/compose samples. We have code labs, documentation, issue tracker, and the most important is this Slack channel. This Slack channel is in Kotlin Slack, and there's a channel for Jetpack Compose. If you have any questions, you can post there, and the people are very kind to help. And a lot of Googlers are there, and I learned about just following this Slack channel and answer questions and asking questions there as well. And I'm there. If you have any questions and you are a little bit shy here or just remember a question later, you can find me there in this Slack. Okay, to wrap up, the way of Compose works seems very interesting. Once it's following the same modern paradigm of other UI toolkits like React Native, Flutter. So it will be nice to have this knowledge. And if you need to migrate to a Flutter or React Native for some time, this knowledge is shared across this UI toolkits. And Compose is also available for desktop apps. It's in alpha stage. It's developed by JetBrains. And this week, they released a version for web. So Compose is also available in these two platforms. Jetpack Compose is in beta stage, as I mentioned before, so don't use in production yet. Wait for the Google I/O to have a better roadmap regarding the release of Compose. And be prepared, because look like the declarative is the new standard. That's it from today. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Nelson. I'm Android developer at Nagaro. I'm part of the Google Developer Expert Program. And again, this is my Twitter handle, and you can find me in the social networks in using this AnyGlober handle.
Oh, thanks for taking your time on Sunday, Mr. Nelson. It was an amazing session. And the certificate for the Android, which one is the last one, was sent right now on the live chat. And you can fill the form and get a certificate. Again, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Nice.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
Yes. If there is any question, we can take the questions and show on the screen from audience.
Thank you.
So it seems there's no question. Thanks for attending the session of Nelson Glover. Again, thank you very much. We really would like to invite you for the upcoming events again.
Sure. It's always a pleasure.
Great. So see you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. After 2 minutes break, we will be here for our announcements, and we have come at the end of the Medipol Global Summit, as you know, and we will be mentioning about DSC Medipol and some other details about the Medipol Global Summit. So see you after 2 minutes.
See you.
Your mic is off, by the way, Emre.
So, hello again, everybody. Here we are in the end of the Medipol Global Summit. Thanks, everyone, for attending. This was an amazing 3-day for all of us. I want to thank my team to their efforts. It was a pleasure for me to host such an event. And of course, I want to thank all of our speakers. Their sessions were great. I'm sure most of you agree with me. I have learned so many things for them. So, that's from me. Berkay, do you want to say anything?
Yes, again, thanks for attending the Medipol Global Summit, and of course, I wanna thank you for I wanna say thank you for all our core team members, and of course our supporters as a community and the other media sponsors, in addition to our platinum sponsors as well. But firstly, thank you so much for all our speakers who were done. Who was done all the sessions, artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, cybersecurity, blockchain, the Arkis Academy session, and the today's sessions, which are mobile and web development. Again, thank you very much. And we will continue to organize such a big, huge organization as a team. And I want to mention the other upcoming events of DSC Medipol. We will be organizing Microsoft Azure workshops, which contains 2 sessions, and it will be covered by two people from Microsoft, and then we will be organizing an English session with the other DSCs, such as Çankaya, DSC Çankaya, DSC Üsküdar, and so on. And we will be continuing to organize these events as well. And I wanna mention our supporters, such as Konya Gıda Teknik, Uludağ University, DSC Uludağ, DSC Batman, Karabük, Bilkent, Okan, İstinye, Üsküdar, Piri Reis, and so on. If I forgot, sorry for that. But all of you guys, thank you very much for all the support. And of course, Gebze Technical University, Computer Society, thank you very much. So that's all. That's it. Thank you again.
Thank you, Berkay. So I think that's it. See you guys. Everything was perfect for me.
And
it was okay.
Yeah, and of course, I want to add something. And I forgot to say something. As you know, at the beginning of Medipol Global Summit on Friday, Merve had a recording. Merve İşler had a recording, and Merve mentioned about the Google communities, DSCs, GDGs, and we have sent a link, dsc.community.dev, and you can go this website and find the DSC at your campus. But I wonder that are you a member of any DSC or any other community under the Google developers? I wonder that. Like us, DSC Medipol has more than 400 people on the WhatsApp groups. But as an officially, we will be taking the membership in September, in this year September. But for example, Gizem Başyuk said no. If you wanna be part of any Google communities, you can go to dsccommunity.dev, but only for the DSC. I'm talking about right now. You can find any DSC at your campus, and please contact with them and join this DSC community. And if there is no any DSC community at your campus, please, we have sent the link. Yes, thank you very much. And dsccommunity.dev, just find the DSC and contact with them, and be member of this DSC. If there is no any DSC at your campus, the application is being still taken right now. And please apply the Google communities and create a DSC at your campus. And you might be a leader of your campus. So actually, that's all for the communities. And there are many great events under the Google Communities Turkey YouTube channel, which are being done by the GDGs, WTMs, and DSCs, and you can reach all the important, all the precious events under this YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe this YouTube channel, and of course, don't forget to follow us on our Instagram page, LinkedIn, and of course, join our WhatsApp group to get informed for the upcoming events of the DSC Medipol. And I want to say thank you for our media sponsors, product sponsors, and platinum sponsors as well, such as Arkis Academy and PET. Some of you know PET from the People Peace Hackathon. We have performed the People Peace Hackathon at the beginning of March, 2 months ago, right? Yes. And the PET was our platinum sponsor for the People Peace Hackathon, and again they are supporting us on the Medipol Global Summit. And again, thank you very much for the PET team, and of course Arkis Academy. We have shared the Arkis Academy links through chat, and again maybe we can share again the Arkis Academy link if you have. Yes, they have sent right now. Thank you very much for the moderators, and don't forget to visit their website and join their academy. Of course, apply their test skills, and Mr. Tofi has mentioned about it yesterday. And what else? Our other sponsors, Zade AI Robotics, thanks for media sponsorships, and WebTechno, Global AI Hub, ST Turkey, Software Developers Turkey, Hack Club, Kodluyoruz, everyone, Campüste ne var, Uni Aktivite, JetBrains for the product sponsors. They have given us for three people a 1-year subscription of any IDE environment. And HomeStuffSale, you can follow the HomeStuffSale. They have very good home decoration products, and Yves Rocher, of course, Yves Rocher, Kahvegibikahve, and the surprise links we have sent through during 3 days. If you fill the surprise links, you will be able to get many surprise package if you are living in Turkey, of course, but only for it is the condition of the only for surprise links. But you can still join our other giveaways on our Instagram page. They are active right now at the end of the Sunday, at the end of the, of course, midnight in Turkey as a Turkey time. So there are many giveaways, products and DSC T-Shirts. We are going to give you, DSC T-Shirts for 3 people. And all of these giveaways will be announced tomorrow, and certificate will be given you as an email, of course, tomorrow or Tuesday. But within two days, all the giveaways we will be giving you, and certificate as well. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thanks for watching us. Thanks for attending all the sessions, and take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Berkay. So stay safe, everyone. See you in the other events. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
See you.